This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A massive power outage left most of northeast Wyoming in the dark Thursday, along with areas in Montana and South Dakota. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that nearly 100,000 customers were without power at one point.
It's been in the tens of thousands all afternoon, and Du Bois is dark. Douglas was dark in the late afternoon up to northeast Wyoming into South Dakota. Western South Dakota was having outages.
The cause of the widespread outage is believed to be a pair of 500 kilovolt power lines that tripped near Medicine Bow, Wyoming, according to a statement from the Western Area Power Administration. Detectives have interviewed multiple people in connection with a Wednesday night gun buy gone bad in northwest Cheyenne that left one person dead. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports no arrests have been made, but police are still gathering details.
So an 18-year-old male was shot. He was found dead by police, and apparently he had gone there with his friend to purchase a gun from a 16-year-old, and an altercation ensued, and then there was a shooting. And the thing is, the gun deal was obviously illegal because a 16-year-old and 18-year-olds aren't allowed to possess firearms according to federal law. Several people were interviewed by detectives, and apparently the 16-year-old at this point today was not under arrest, but charges are being submitted to the district attorney's office to determine, what they will be, but I'm sure they're probably looking at whether it was self-defense or actual shooting that just stemmed from an argument and that the victim was defenseless.
According to one witness, at least 7 people were detained, put into police cruisers, and taken away. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
From the smallest town to the biggest heart, Wyoming is built by those who serve. The Governor's Spirit of Service Award, presented by Serve Wyoming and Governor Mark Gordon, honors the volunteers who lift others, strengthen communities, and make our state shine. Nominate someone whose service inspires you at servewyoming.org and help us say thank you to the people who keep Wyoming's spirit alive.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The Wyoming Supreme Court on Wednesday paused a judge's order requiring school upgrades like more computers and school counselors and better teacher pay. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the pause gives lawmakers more leeway in the 2026 budget session.
The Wyoming Supreme Court on Wednesday went ahead and paused that order that was kind of over lawmakers that they were facing as they made their funding decisions. That gives them a little more leeway going into the 2026 budget session. A lot of them told me on Thursday, we were going to do what we were going to do, and we were going to hope that it shook out well with the court.
Some legislators who serve on the Select School Finance Recalibration Committee responded to the news Thursday with relief, and some with dismay, but some voiced indifference, saying they were revamping the state's education plan either way. The town of Burns has locked up its compost dump site after an influx of what officials claim are Cheyenne businesses dumping there to avoid paying their local fees. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports the town has options on how to remedy the situation.
Burns Mayor Joel Nicholson told Cowboy State Daily his town is considering a number of solutions to this issue, such as placing a keycard reader at the site. Another potential solution that city leaders are considering is having a 24/7 official available to verify whether people dumping at the site are from Burns or not.
The compost site is still free for town residents, but now they have to get a key from the town hall. Wyoming and 6 other Colorado River Basin states missed a key deadline to agree on water use, but talks continue. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports lawmakers and state agencies have until February before the federal government may impose its own plan.
Well, the states might have been given a little bit of a reprieve to get a few more weeks to talk among themselves. And our state engineer and our state attorney, who were kind of the lead guys for Wyoming in all of this, they said, we're still trying to continue to talk and hash this out. And I talked to someone from the Nature Conservancy who who said pretty much the same thing, that we're all concerned about this. We don't want Wyoming to end up short of water, but we want something that can be negotiated rather than litigated or decreed by the Department of Interior.
The main point of friction is between the Upper Basin states and Lower Basin states. The Upper Basin includes Wyoming, Colorado, Utah, New Mexico. The Lower Basin includes Arizona, Nevada, and California. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Yeah, it's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a finally Friday. Yeah, we got so much going on. Tons of special guests. So settle in. You're going to enjoy this show. Senator John Barrasso is going to be on first thing coming up shortly. Obviously, we're going to ask him about the government shutdown, whether it's a win for Republicans, etc., etc. There's also a vote coming up, perhaps on the Epstein files. The Senate's busy voting. We'll cover that and a whole bunch more with Senator Barrasso when he's on. Pinedale-based photographer David Bell. He's seen a lot of Aurora Borealis, but nothing like the one the other night. Man, he's got the photos to prove it. Was that the best ever Northern Lights? David Bell thinks so. Bill Sniffen will be on today. Julie and Michael, a couple of garlic farmers. Oh, you didn't know so much about, you're going to learn a lot about garlic. Julie and Michael grow all kinds of garlic. They just harvested it, ready for shipping. We're talking all things garlic, cooking Wyoming. Later today, Jared Petrino will be on to talk UW sports. Dale Boren will be on as we remember still Susan Anderson here in Wyoming and Tom Hirsig, CEO of CFD. He's, in other words, the head honcho of the Cheyenne Frontier Days Rodeo. And we've got breaking news on the 2026 rodeo, the daddy of them all. So, hey, if that's not enough, I don't know what else to do for you, man. We got a lot happening. I'm trying to get our show to appear on the home webpage, but I'm having a little trouble with that. We got a lot happening. Working on it. I'm not sure what's going wrong. Might be above my pay scale, as is a lot of stuff. Yeah, I'm not seeing what the problem is. Interesting. All right, I'm working on that. I can't get sidetracked right now, though. I got to do weather. Down day, weather forecast. Looks pretty good today, but things, I hope you enjoyed this week because we're not going to say that again in 2025. It's all downhill from here. Yeah, Afraid so. Weather-wise, mostly sunny, windy in Casper. Highs in the upper 60s. Grab that. Yesterday saw some records fall. Record highs, by the way. Riverton's clouds on the increase, 66, the expected high. Evanston, slight chance of rain, otherwise mostly sunny, highs 57. Green River, about 63, clouds building. Pinedale, partly sunny, 53. Chance of rain mainly after late morning in Alpine, mostly cloudy, 56. DuBois, you might see rain in the afternoon, otherwise mostly sunny up until then, 52. Cloudy and a chance of rain later today in Jackson with highs 53. Thermopolis, partly sunny, breezy, 66. Cody, mostly sunny, mid-60s. Same with Powell. Buffalo, partly sunny, breezy, highs 67. Mostly cloudy in Sheridan, highs in the upper 60s. Gillette, clouds on the increase. You might get to 70, though, the longer that sun stays out. 70 in Gillette today. Woo! Newcastle, almost, upper 60s. Torrington, 76 today with clouds on the increase. And, enjoy that. That should be, I'm thinking, a record high on November 14th for Torrington. 76 mid-Thanksgiving, mid-November. That's all I think this month is it only exists for turkey. 76 in Torrington. We'll ask Don when he comes on later if that's going to be a record. Upper 60s in Lusk. Cheyenne, mostly sunny and upper 60s. 63 and sunny in Laramie, and 61 sunny, windy in Rawlins. Wow. What a day, eh? What a day, eh? Really nice. But the weekend, we're going to start seeing things plummet with the high temps. And by next week, going to be looking a lot more like, real November. Well, hopefully, wherever you are, you're hearing us, maybe seeing us. Depends on if you've got electricity. Massive power outage yesterday caused by 2 tripped power lines near Medicine Bow, left much of northeast Wyoming in the dark yesterday, along with parts of Montana and South Dakota. Rapid City was dark. Nearly 100,000 customers without power at one time. That's about almost a fifth of Wyoming. Outages affected many. PowerOutage.us noted that power was still out as of late yesterday for almost 9,000 customers in Campbell, Crook, and Weston counties. Cause still undetermined. There was simultaneously a fire at the Dave Johnston power plant. And there was people I don't know how people are working the social media. There's people around the internet to say my power's out. And I'm thinking, well, how did you do that? That was magic. Maybe they have a jackery or some kind of generator. But a lot of people had power out and they reported, hey, the power's out here. Somehow they were able to post that. And there was outrageous reports of Dave Johnston power plant had exploded, and that was the reason nobody had power, and there was panic in the streets. Apparently, the fire is unrelated, although, boy, I don't know. Yeah, me sitting here as a radio DJ says, I don't know about that. Yeah, what I know about power could fit in a thimble. But hey, even the experts don't know. 2 tripped power lines, they don't know why. Was it the auroras, the sunspots? We know CMEs, coronal mass ejections, can do stuff to the grid. We know that. My goodness, there's been thousands of books written about the end of the world that'll come through a CME, knock out the grid, and then we're all going to turn into animals and zombies and kill each other. That's the premise of every post-apocalyptic novel out there. The sun the sun will send a burst at us, knock out the electric grid, and then we'll see who's human and who isn't. Then we'll see how nice everybody is to each other. We're not very nice to each other on the internet. What happens when the power goes out? Oh, we're all going to be salty. Survival of the fittest. It could have been that, although authorities say, well, the biggest pulse of the Northern Lights had already happened Tuesday, and we were okay. Although they said it could be cascading effects. In other words, they don't know. Nobody knows. Chinese? That's my first guess. Never mind the sun. Why do we blame this on the sun? Sun is good. Sun gives us vitamin D and warmth. I think the Chinese are involved in some way, but nobody knows. We reached out as of, as of press time. There is no press time for Cowboy State Daily. Every minute is press time. The story could go up anytime, anywhere. There's no press. You don't have to stop the presses. The presses are always ready to go when you're talking digital news. We did get confirmation from somebody that, yes, Dave Johnston power plant was on fire. That apparently is an unrelated situation. I find that hard to believe that suddenly a power plant should be on fire when nobody has power. Those two seem to be hand in hand, but I guess the fire started after the power outages. In fact, one spokesperson was emphatic to make that a point. The Johnston power plant began burning after the power outages. Okay. Rocky Mountain Power issued an email statement saying the cause under investigation, but they do not know, could take several hours. They don't know what tripped these breakers. Two of them, two big ones. They don't know what made the pulse. Could have been auroras. Could have been, nobody knows. Interesting. Big story of the day for sure. Power outage. Will it happen again? I don't know. I mean, if you don't know what caused it the first time, I guess it could. Burns is tired of of Cheyenne coming and using them for a dumping ground. What else was Burns created for? What and where is Burns? Is this another case of Evansville, like just an extension of Cheyenne? Burns, Wyoming is Cheyenne, right? Let me see. I'll make the final call. Oh, no, Burns is far enough away from Cheyenne. Okay. Now, Burns is its own thing. In fact, isn't Burns where they're thinking about putting up a big power project, and they don't have anywhere to house the workers, so they think they're going to house them in Cheyenne. People in Cheyenne are driving how many miles down Interstate 80 to dump their garbage in Burns because it costs money to dump your garbage in Cheyenne. Apparently, Burns is free. People from Cheyenne have been driving all the way to the town of Burns to dump their garbage. Burns says, no more. We're going to lock the gate. And if you want to dump your garbage, you got to come to the mayor and get the key. That is small town, isn't it? That is small town, Wyoming. You want to dump your garbage, come over to the mayor's house and come and get the key first. Of course, nobody from Cheyenne's going to do that if they're looking to dump their Cheyenne garbage. All right, we got to take a break because I want to clear the room for Senator Barrasso. Should be on here in a minute.
How do you know when you've made the right decision? It's the feeling you get in your gut, the one that tells you what's right or wrong. It's the one that says, sure, I can have a drink, or the feeling that says, okay, I've been drinking, now what? It's the voice inside you that says, I'm buzzed, better leave the car when it's time to go. Plan ahead, catch a sober ride. Buzz driving is drunk driving.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
and you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Yeah, it's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Waking up to news this morning that the Senate has the votes to vote. Only in politics could you have such convoluted nonsense. The Senate has the votes required to vote to release the Epstein files. I might be the only person left in the world who has lost interest in the Epstein files. I've just had it up to here with the Epstein files. Do I believe Epstein and some probably powerful people of the world were snorting cocaine and cavorting with very young women? Probably. Do I need to know all who they were? Not really. I'm assuming everybody is guilty until proven innocent. I don't know. I've lost the energy to keep up with the whole Epstein thing. But apparently, similarly, as a few Democrats jumped ranks to get the CR completed, to get the government back in business, similarly, some Republicans have jumped ship on the Epstein file issue and voted to have a vote to open the Epstein files. And who better to talk about that than this guy, highest ranking member of the Senate, the whip, Senator John Barrasso, on the show. Let's get him in here. I think I figured out our homepage issues. There's the senator, Senator Barrasso. Good morning. How are you?
Good. Thanks so much for having me this morning.
You bet. So let's, the government's back to work. First, before the biggest news, Susan Anderson, I want you to talk about her. She was legendary in Wyoming.
Absolutely well known for decades. People loved her. Anybody that knew her loved her. I never heard of anybody say a bad word about her. I mean, she just was beloved everywhere she went and so respected as a journalist. She's written the book, Living in Wyoming, Settling for More. And that was a decision that she made. I call her a maverick and a marvel. A maverick because as a woman in journalism at that time, really hard to get a job, and she had a hard time getting a job, but she was persistent and got one, and then was an Emmy Award-winning journalist in San Francisco, making the big bucks, being known. She could have been, on ABC, NBC, CBS Nightly News in New York. That could have been her career. But instead, she chose to be in Wyoming, which was all the better for Wyoming, I'll tell you, and her friendship and meeting with Dale and Danny, her son, Anna, her daughter, and just what an incredible contribution she made to our state. Interviewed every politician you could imagine with that television show that on K2, when K2 was a big news statewide station at the time. Report to Wyoming. She'd be interviewed Dick Cheney, Governor Sullivan, Governor Geringer, all of the governors, Al Simpson, Malcolm Wallop, and they'd listen. She asked good, thoughtful questions. People recognized her everywhere. And the only time I ever saw her mad in my whole life was she was at K2 as this award-winning journalist, and there was something in the Casper Star-Tribune, and they described her as a television personality. And she was a huge personality, but she was not a television personality. She was a crack reporter, really, really sharp. And then over the years, a writer, wrote for the Casper Star-Tribune, the Casper Journal, wrote books, taught at the college. She just did so many things and impacted people all over the place. She was in the state legislature that many people forget. She was a state rep, was a state senator. And when I first got elected to the state senate, she had already served, and she was such a wonderful person for me to talk to about, how it works, what to learn, what to try to avoid doing, how to make a difference for our Natrona County. And we did a lot of additional. We climbed the Grand Teton together. She was so avid as an outdoors person, and a bunch of us went together, climbed the Grand, and it was such a memorable experience. That was 40 years ago. So we've been great friends ever since.
Awed by her, learned from her, and climbed mountains with her. Wow. Senator John Barrasso, remembering Susan Anderson. I'll be careful. I talked to Dale, her husband, later today. I'd be careful not to refer to her as a TV personnel. She was at a lot of things. And interviewed Fidel Castro when she was in California. I mean, she was far above a job at K2. But when she said, hey, do you need somebody? Because I'm moving to Wyoming. I love this state. K2 was smart enough to say, of course. Legendary career. Let's talk about that government shutdown. Finally, that thing, it looks like it's over. We're going to get back to work. Was that a win for Republicans?
Well, it was a win for the American people that we finally got it open. And if it were up to Chuck Schumer and the Democrats, we'd still be shut down. We were able to convince 8 Democrats to come over to our side. They're more reasonable, realize the damage that was being done to the country, to the economy, to the flying public. Thanksgiving was coming. And Chuck Schumer had these very unreasonable, really unrealistic demands. He wanted $1.5 trillion to keep the government open, wanted to, not do what we've done at the border, wanted to provide health care for illegal immigrants. I mean, the list was just, it wasn't serious. And as a result, we weren't ever going to go into that. They wanted to negotiate about this, that, or the next thing. I'd say, okay, open the government. We can sit down and have these discussions, but we shouldn't be penalizing people like our TSA agents, the air traffic controllers, who I see every week going in and out of Casper, flying back and forth from Wyoming to Washington because I come home every weekend. They're working without pay. Our Rotary Club here in Casper was taking up food collections to take food to the airport for the TSA agents so they could have food when they were working with jobs which they hadn't received paychecks. You had our military, you had the Women and Infant Children program, all of these things. And, Chuck Schumer said every day gets better for us. And the Democrat whip in the House of Representatives said, well, yeah, there's going to be some suffering, but this is leverage. You shouldn't and never should use the American people as leverage. But that's what the Democrats did. And fortunately, we were able to resolve it. I was with the president last week at the White House talking about ways to get it done. And then he signed it into law just on Wednesday night.
Excellent. I love the way you refocus all the time. I said, is this the win for Republicans? You said it's a win for Americans. That's who we're working for. Schumer said it's every day it goes by, it's better for us. And you questioned, who's us? Aren't we Americans? I like how you reset us all the time and remind us it's Americans. Now, as the top-ranking Republican senator, as the majority whip, tell me, did you have how does it work when you had 15 votes over 6 weeks? Every time you went to vote, was there any indication it would be any different? How did you know? Did you have a heads up? Oh my goodness, I think 8 Democrats are going to break ranks here. Why was there a vote when you'd failed already a dozen times? Was there any backdoor? Did you get an sense that, okay, this time the vote might work?
Well, yeah, you use the word backdoor. I mean, a lot of discussions, a lot of continuing discussions, and people were seeing the pain that it was causing in their home states and said, this cannot continue. And these 8 Democrats that voted with us said, no, we're not going to do that anymore. We're not going to continue this level of pain. This is foolish to say this is leverage. We need to get the flights moving. Thanksgiving is coming. People have been working now for 6 weeks without any pay, and they need to get their pay. And how are you going to be able to do this? There was one of the Democrat senators, and he was taking his pay. The Republican senators all sent a thing, said, if people aren't getting paid, we don't want any of our pay. Hold the pay, you with everybody else. And he said, I have child support and I have a mortgage. Well, so do a lot of other people that are working. But he was so selfish, and that's what we were dealing with the other side, and he never did vote to open up the government. He was not one of the 8. We need to focus on Wyoming, and that's why today I'm heading to Gillette. I'm going to be with a bunch of coal miners working at the coal mine, and then from there, the Wyoming Farm Bureau is meeting today in Gillette. Their 3-day weekend meeting. I'm going to visit with them about what we can continue to do for the working people of Wyoming, for the jobs in Wyoming, to increase and strengthen our economy, and to make sure people in Wyoming, can afford things. And affordability is a big key that I always talk about when at the grocery store. I was at the grocery store in Casper 2 days ago, talking to folks, what do things cost? How can you afford it? How's your paycheck? And people are happy to see the government open again.
The clean funding extension, the hang up for Democrats, primarily the extension of Affordability Care Act tax credits. Health insurance is going to be still an issue. Now, whether it's Obamacare tax credits being extended, or do we have to tear it down and rebuild insurance in the U.S.? Is it going to be addressed by Republicans? Is there a promise from Republican side that, yes, insurance is an issue and we might have to build this thing from the ground up again, but we got to fix it?
Well, Obamacare basically destroyed healthcare in America, and they broke healthcare in America when they passed it. Remember, Obama promised, if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. If you like your insurance plan, you can keep your insurance plan. And the premiums would go down $2,500 per person. All of those things were lies. Lots of people lost the insurance that they had, and it worked for them. They weren't able to keep their doctor. Insurance rates have gone up under Obamacare over 220%, and insurance company profits have gone up 500 to 1,000%. So the losers with Obamacare was the American people. You used the word affordability, and both the New York Times had a headline that said Obamacare is pricey, and the Washington Post said Obamacare was never affordable, and it wasn't. So the people that are being hurt aren't just the people on Obamacare, and the subsidies were set up basically by the government, by the Democrats, by Biden, to try to paper over the high increases. Well, everybody's insurance premiums have gone up, not just people on Obamacare, but all the Democrats are trying to do is provide additional COVID bonus subsidies for people on Obamacare. But that doesn't deal with the issue of all the people that buy their insurance through work, who get it through work, buy it personally. And we need to do some things that I think would work to lower the cost of care. And that's what we need to do. But if the Democrats are going to continue, as Bernie Sanders says, oh, yeah, we get rid of Obamacare, we just need to the Canadian or the British healthcare system. That's not what the people of the United States want. That's not what the people of Wyoming want, which is a one-size-fits-all, where the waiting lines are just getting worse and worse and worse. And people come to the United States for care because it's the best care in the world.
We're talking to U.S. Senator John Barrasso. One more thing on the CR. There was a last-minute measure to put in that a measure that opens an avenue of legal action over the FBI phone spying on 8 Republicans during that J6 investigation. It surprised a lot of folks in the House, including Republicans, saying, what is this doing in there? How did that get in there? We didn't get a heads up. What is that doing in there?
And the members that were impacted, and Cynthia Lummis is one of them. She was spied on by the Biden administration. They went after her phone records. This was a weaponization of government against sitting members of Congress elected from their home states, and they went after 8 Republican senators. So there was an issue put in the bill. Oh, the senators said, we're not going to use it, not interested in it. The House said they're going to take it out with another piece of legislation. So I don't think this is going to be an issue.
The vote that happened to get the government back to work is not the only vote. There's more votes. The Senate's always voting. How about this Epstein vote? Politico and others are projecting that dozens in the Republican Party could defect in this vote. And similarly, we saw 8 Democrats split their party on the CR. Schumer blamed for leading his party down a losing path. Will the Epstein vote, if we do see Republicans voting to open the Epstein files, is that any indication of the health of the GOP on the Senate floor?
No, and I think that's something that the House, I think, is going to vote on. Hasn't come to the Senate. We'll see what comes over at some time in the future. As much as I travel all around the state of Wyoming, nobody asked me about that. They ask about prices, they ask about energy, they ask about getting the government open. That's not an issue for people in Wyoming that anyone asked me about. So it's interesting. It seems to be a DC story, something the Democrats continue to push, and they seem to want to do anything they can to undermine President Trump. So that's, it's something that when I'm thinking, what can I do for the people of Wyoming today, that doesn't ever come into my thoughts.
I'm glad you said that. I don't get it either. I'm not in a big hurry to, release Epstein files or get a vote on it. I don't get it. Okay, well, just 2 more things, Senator Barrasso. How is Senator John Fetterman? Any news from that front? We know he took a fall, hospitalized. Is he okay?
I haven't had a medical update this morning. He seems to have more friends right now on the Republican side of the aisle. He comes into our cloakroom to sit around, and if we have food at night or something, he joins us. The Democrats have basically left him as a party. And that's when Ronald Reagan said, I didn't leave my party left me.
Yeah.
Fetterman voted with us every time to keep the government open, to fund the government, to pay the people that are working, to pay the troops, to not cut off any of the food stamps or the issues of the women, infants, and children, and those services that people need. So we're hoping the very, very best for him. Keep him in your prayers.
Senator Barrasso, one last thing. I don't know if we'll see you again before Thanksgiving. You heading overseas again? You've made that a tradition to go visit our troops overseas on Thanksgiving. What are your plans?
Yeah, they don't let me tell you exactly where I'm going, but yes, we have a number of Wyoming soldiers overseas. Fortunately for Wyoming, our big deployments, the ones that I saw last Thanksgiving, they're home now.
Good.
So they're going to be home this year with Thanksgiving with their troops, but we still have Marines, members of the Army, Navy overseas. And I will be overseas with them again. I've done it every year since 2007. John McCain took me to Iraq during the height of the battle there, and Lindsey Graham went, Joe Lieberman, Saxby Chambliss, there were a group of us that went. And there were at that time at this base 6 soldiers from Wyoming. And it meant so much to have somebody from home there to have Thanksgiving dinner with him that I just said every year since then, been wherever our troops are overseas. I think last year it was South Korea, and then Okinawa the year before that. Well, last year was Iraq. I'm sorry. Last year it was the Persian Gulf area. The year before that, it was Okinawa, South Korea, and Afghanistan when we still had troops there. As you know, one year I went with President Trump, took him for Thanksgiving when we had the Wyoming 2-300s at Bagram Air Force Base in 2019. And it was the most memorable trip because instead of flying commercial, which is what I do, we took Air Force One.
Nice.
That's the best way. That's a good way to travel.
Mm-hmm. That works. All right. Thank you so much for being on, Senator John Barrasso, working for the American people. Appreciate your time.
Thanks.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Let's roll off for a quick break. We're coming right back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff. Like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill?
No.
You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Yeah, finally Friday on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. November 14th. Things happen on this day in history. We'll get to those next hour. Dave Bell's going to be on. David Bell, the famous photographer from Pinedale. He caught the Aurora Borealis. He says one of the best he's ever seen, and he's seen a lot of them. Andrew Rossi will be on next hour and talk about all stories of his, including record high temps yesterday and today in Wyoming. And then we're going to go from that to there's only one place to go, down. Yeah, it's going to get colder. It'll turn out, by the way, the other day on November, November 12th, record low temperatures for Lander, Cheyenne, I think Sheridan. Record low in 1916, a couple days ago in Wyoming. In 1916, coldest temps ever in the month of November were recorded in Sheridan, Cheyenne, several states, several communities in the state. Like 24 below, 26 below, 20 below in Cheyenne on November 12th, 1916. Fast forward to November 12, 13, 14 of this year, 2025, record highs. Isn't that crazy? And November can do that, Don Day says. That is November in a nutshell. The definition of the month is in Wyoming, you can see variable weather, myriad weather, highs in the 70s, setting records, or depending on the year and what Mother Nature decides to do, minus 20 something. What that is that's like 100-degree difference on the same day in different years. I mean, that's about as variable as you can get with temperature on the same day of the calendar. Incredible. And that is November. Don says that's what November does. Why is that? Andrew Rossi wrote that story, but Andrew's not the meteorologist. Don Day is. I'll have both of them on today. We'll talk weather and much more. We can talk guns and shooting, I guess. Cheyenne is fast becoming a big city. I've been saying this all week. Cheyenne faced with problems of the homeless. And the solution for the Cheyenne City Council is if you got too many homeless, well, let's just fine them more money. I can't think of what that's like. That's similar to, let's say you're a coach of a sports team, you're a coach of a football team, and you got one player who's playing badly, especially late in the game. Like by the time it's the fourth quarter, this player is really doing bad. And he says, I'm exhausted. He said, I'm out of energy by towards the end of the game. In the second half of the game, the fourth quarter of the game, I'm exhausted. I can't even get up. I can't even go to the huddle. I'm so tired and worn out. So the coach's solution is to make you practice more. Okay, then you're coming an hour early to practice, and you're going to practice for another hour after practice tomorrow. You're going to practice twice as much as the rest of the team. We got to get you back in the game, man. I mean, it's similar to that, right? If you've got too many if the homeless, there's already a penalty for being homeless. There's already an ordinance. There's already a fine in Cheyenne. If you're sleeping on a park bench or popping a tent up at the public park, that's a $50 fine. And the Cheyenne City Council said, well, nobody's paying attention to that. We still have too many homeless. Maybe we're going to have to open their eyes with a bigger fine. $750 now being considered. That'll show those homeless. Yes, Cheyenne's becoming a big city. Now they're shooting each other. A gun buy gone bad in Northwest Cheyenne. Detectives have interviewed multiple people. One witness said they took like 6 away in handcuffs. Here's how it went down. A 16-year-old purporting to sell a gun to an 18-year-old. Neither should possess a firearm, by the way. They're not old enough. Even in the great state of Wyoming, where statistically each of us own 3.6 firearms, nobody 16 years old should have one. And somehow this Wednesday night gun buy goes bad. Well, this is right there with the old adage, nothing good happens after 10 o'clock. Although this was 8 o'clock, but it feels like 10 with the clocks all tipped backwards, right? 8 o'clock is like pitch dark. According to witness statements, a man and his 2 friends arrived at the buy location, a residence on the 600 block of Ridgeland Street. And they were looking to buy a firearm from a 16-year-old. No doubt this started on Snapchat or what's that other site where nothing good ever happens? Not Snapchat. There's another one they all use. Ugh. Yeah, so they agree to get together to sell this firearm. Somehow they get in an argument over the firearm. This wasn't a case, from what we're understanding from witnesses, this was not a case of, oh yeah, here's my gun I'm selling. And the 18-year-old says, well, prove it. Prove that it works. Prove that it's not some piece of junk. Oh, okay, I'll put a bullet in it. And look, this is what you would do. You would pull, oops, bang, sorry. No, this was like there was a physical altercation occurred between the man who we're calling an 18-year-old, although by today's definition, 18 does not make you a man any more than 24 does. It all depends on whether you're living in the basement with your mom and dad, I think. Do you have a job? 18-year-old, a man. Well, there's an 18-year-old and a 16-year-old. The 18-year-old has a problem with the firearm. They get to pushing each other. And next thing you know, somebody's shot. Why is somebody in the Zoom room right now? Oh, okay. I just have a very early appearance. Very early appearance. My Zoom room management, which yesterday we decided to call the corral. The corral is an absolute shootout these days. It's like the OK Corral. Just Zoom management of this show is making my head explode. And people buzzing in at all hours of the morning. All right, back to the 18 and 6-year-old working out a gun deal. The 16-year-old has not been arrested, said Alexandra Farkas. So is he not the shooter? Yet 6 people were. One witness has said they took everybody away in handcuffs. At least 7 detained, put in police cruisers. We had one witness that told Cowboy State Daily someone was already in the squad car when I got there. Then 2 other people showed up and they immediately handcuffed one of those. Then they put a female into the squad car. I don't know their involvement, said Brett. He wouldn't give his last name because he runs a social media page dedicated to real-time arrests in Cheyenne. Another indication that Cheyenne's gone down the crapper. This guy's an influencer on social. He's got a FUBAR on patrol. Brett, local video journalist who operates FUBAR, and you know what that stands for if you're in the military. FUBAR on patrol. Social media streams involving crime scenes as they happen. Well, that tells me all I need to know about how far down the drain Cheyenne is circling. This guy's making hay off it. There's enough crime in Cheyenne that it's got its own channel. Crime happens so often, it's such entertainment value that it's got its own dedicated YouTube channel. FUBAR on patrol. And because Brett, who gave only his first name, Brett, posts videos of Cheyenne crimes as they happen, he declined to give his last name. Brett said, and remember, he's covered more than one of these, it got pretty crazy. I don't know exactly what happened, other than somebody got shot and got killed. Have you seen this trend recently to call getting killed, getting unalived? I swear it's happening, right? Have you seen that on the internet? These kids today, they're calling it unalived. It's a slang term. I don't know if it's meant to soften the fact that somebody's been killed. When was suicide? It's used to avoid words like suicide. It's used similarly when we say so-and-so passed away and we don't mention that it was a suicide. This appears to be a similar use of a slang word in order to avoid having to say someone has died or someone was killed. Someone was so-and-so yesterday involved in a firearm purchase transaction was unalived after being shot 3 times in the gut. I swear, unalived is a word now. One media source said, what's going on with the term unalived instead of death? Unalive, the birth of a terrible new word, another news source writes. Yeah, it's becoming a word. So the 18-year-old gets unalived. He was looking just to buy a firearm and ended up getting unalived at the scene. Yet the 16-year-old has not been arrested. So I'm guessing maybe the 16-year-old was not the shooter. He was just the gun seller. I don't know. What a mess. Cheyenne. Scott Schwebke has the story of the Cowboy State Daily and Cheyenne. Just circling the drains, becoming a cesspool. I mean, Casper, wanted to be the stabbing capital of Wyoming, and Cheyenne says, hold our beer. We shoot each other. How about this King Soopers road rage guy? I love how people are adopted a moniker. This is how we're going to know this guy. Because if I said, let's now talk about Mansoor Ali, you probably don't know who we're talking about. If I say, let's talk about Mansoor Ali, and everybody thinks we're going to Kuwait? No. This is the dude that there was a road rage incident back in September. Remember, somebody cut off somebody. They got all mad. It's a car full of teenagers against another car full of teenagers. And they all meet in the King Super parking lot in Cheyenne, where it escalates. You cut me off. Well, you flipped me off. And bang, somebody shot, dead. Of course. Mansoor Ali accused of second-degree murder, 4 counts of aggravated assault in connection to a road rage incident back in September. Ali, the 21-year-old, killed a 19-year-old in the parking lot of King Soopers grocery store. And we mention him because he's in the news the other day because he went for his initial appearance. Remember, for a long time, Cheyenne PD said, we have someone in custody, a person of interest. So in other words, the police department was pretty sure they had the shooter, yet it took weeks for the police department to actually arrest, officially charge Ali. I'm not sure what was the holdup. Maybe building the case. I would just ask everybody involved at the scene. Who had the gun? Mansoor Ali. Who shot the dude? Mansoor Ali. How long does that take? So Ali's in custody. He goes in front of the judge. He's got a $500,000 bond, $500,000. So he's locked up since this happened. And he went to appear to see if that was his initial arraignment. He was also looking to get a lesser bond. His lawyer was, because he doesn't want to be in jail, but he doesn't have $500,000, I wouldn't think. And when the judge told him he wasn't going to reduce the bond, and when it all got really real for Mansoor Ali, he began crying, yelling, and fainted. Well, I would too. Because this isn't pretend time now. This isn't Grand Theft Auto. This isn't a video game. You got mad while driving, and you got mad enough to produce a gun, and you got mad enough to point it at the other driver, and you got mad enough to pull the trigger. That's real life, and now you're appearing before a judge. It got really real. And he fainted. Passed out. Our reporter, Cowboy State Daily reporter Jackson Walker, was a little late getting there, or because he missed the crying and yelling. By the time he got there, Mansoor was on the ground with his hands on his head. He had fainted, and he was basically having a meltdown. And who wouldn't? Because now, all of a sudden, it became very real. You're on charges of second-degree murder. Do you understand what that means, the judge says? You could spend this amount of time in prison for the, It got really real, and Mansoor Ali fell down, kicking, screaming, yelling, and fainting. Maybe that video should be played for other teenagers in Cheyenne. This is really real. This is what happens when you shoot someone. Let's go to another parking lot. Not a shooting this time. Just a guy riding a bull through a parking lot at the Tractor Supply Company. People panicked because this happened in... let's see. If you're riding a bull, it happened in Pinedale over at the Tractor Supply. This dude rode a Brahma bull, not the 8-second rodeo kind of ride. This bull has a saddle, and he's been trained under saddle. The bull was very well behaved, didn't need any intervention on our part, said Sergeant Christopher McCord. He said Tractor Supply didn't have a problem with it. Neither did the next door Walmart. There's not a Walmart in Pinedale. Wait a minute. Now, this happened in Ohio. Okay, sorry. I'm confused by this story. This happened in Alliance, Ohio, yet the first sentence by Scott Schwebke is man riding a bull in parking lot in Pinedale, Wyoming. Yeah, we don't have a Walmart in Pinedale, Wyoming. This happened in Ohio where a man's riding a bull. Okay, that is news. If it happened in Pinedale, it probably wouldn't even have gotten the 911 call. But it happened in Alliance, Ohio. I got to look into that a little bit more, find out why a guy is riding a bull to the Tractor Supply Company. We got a break for news now, though.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Wyoming and 6 other Colorado River Basin states missed a key deadline to agree on water use, but talks continue. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports lawmakers and state agencies have until February before the federal government may impose its own plan.
Well, the states might have been given a little bit of a reprieve to get a few more weeks to talk among themselves. And our state engineer and our state attorney, who were kind of the lead guys for Wyoming and all of this, they said, yeah, we're still trying to continue to talk and hash this out. And I talked to someone from the Nature Conservancy who said pretty much the same thing, that we're all concerned about this. We don't want Wyoming to end up short of water, but we want something that can be negotiated rather than litigated or decreed by the Department of Interior.
The main point of friction is between the upper basin states and lower basin states. The upper basin includes Wyoming, Colorado, Utah, and New Mexico. The lower basin includes Arizona, Nevada, and California. Affordable and workforce housing remain challenges for Wyoming, Governor Mark Gordon said Thursday during a Laramie business conference. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the governor also said the energy sector is a wild card that could bring new opportunities only if the state is willing to wrestle with change.
Wyoming has a lot to give on the energy front. And so can we use that to be a game changer in Wyoming? Can we use that to bring manufacturing? Can we use that to bring in data centers, diversify the economy? Then we're not as dependent on the energy market, even though energy is what builds it. But of course, the big thing that we'll fight when we try that is the club of no. The governor called it the club no. That's people who are like, I don't want these people who come from other states. They don't have Wyoming values.
The governor also added that he had a plan to attract more people to the Cowboy State by focusing on providing competitive pay for state employees, business-ready communities, low taxes, streamlining permits, a trained workforce, and economic development targeting good-paying jobs. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
From the smallest town to the biggest heart, Wyoming is built by those who serve. The Governor's Spirit of Service Award, presented by Serve Wyoming and Governor Mark Gordon, honors the volunteers who lift others, strengthen communities, and make our state shine. Nominate someone whose service inspires you at servewyoming.org and help us say thank you to the people who keep Wyoming's spirit alive.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. After a 5-year hiatus, pig wrestling is set for a return at the Teton County Fair in 2026. But Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that now county commissioners are reconsidering the event after activists have raised concerns that the tradition could be cruel to the animals.
And they say that such a tradition is outdated and antiquated and needs to be replaced. Other members of the community argue, however, that pig wrestling has deep ties to the area and mirrors other state traditions such as rodeo. Members of the county commission say that they're working to find a compromise that helps everybody get along, and they have until November 19th to decide.
Bringing the event to the 2026 fair would cost the county an estimated $5,500, according to a report. Wyoming will have its last hurrah of warm temperatures going into this weekend, but Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Wyoming meteorologists say the second half of November will be much colder and snowier.
The first half of November has been warmer and drier than the 30-year average. There's no denying that. But the changes are already on the horizon, and as Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day said, our luck is about to run out. And so what that means is enjoy it while you can. As we get to this weekend, temperatures are going to start dropping. We're going to see snow in the higher elevations on Friday night, or as early as Friday night.
The disparity in weather between the western and eastern halves of the United States is due to a high pressure ridge in the upper atmosphere. The ridge is so strong that it insulates Wyoming from the wintry weather elsewhere. A massive power outage left most of northeast Wyoming in the dark Thursday, along with areas in Montana and South Dakota. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that nearly 100,000 customers were affected.
It's been in the tens of thousands all afternoon, and Du Bois is dark. Douglas was dark in the late afternoon.
The cause of the widespread outage is believed to be a pair of 500 kilovolt power lines that tripped near Medicine Bow, Wyoming, according to a statement from the Western Area Power Administration. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We said we'd never give in to a meltdown.
Okay.
And we'd never babysit with a screen. We said we'd never let the toys take over.
Mariella.
Never leave the house looking, well, and never let them out of our sight. Skyler, come here. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
Cowboy State Daily Show. So the dude riding a bull, that happened in Ohio. We don't care about it. I don't know why. Yeah, people in Ohio are pretty bored. We are interested in where Cheyenne chooses to throw out its garbage. And that happens to be Burns, maybe. The town of Burns has locked up its compost dump site after an influx of what it says are Cheyenne businesses driving down Interstate 80 and dumping there in Burns to avoid paying their local fees in Cheyenne. Still free for town residents in Burns, by the way, but not if you're running some business in Cheyenne. And that's just not right, you know? So Burns has taken measures. You got to go get the key from the mayor or the city council, the city hall, town hall. Burns is pretty little. But they have noticed like big old trucks with junk from Cheyenne coming to dump down there in Burns. And that's not right. Burns Mayor Joe Nicholson told Cowboy State Daily that his town doesn't require a fee for dumping. But they have noticed that some in Cheyenne are choosing to take advantage of that. So from now on, lock and key at the dump in Burns, or the landfill, or whatever they call theirs. This day in history, let's get to that, because I'm afraid we will not have time later. We got a lot of guests coming on, so we're going to be pretty busy. This day in 1890, Joseph Carey, you know the name, Joseph Carey, elected as the first U.S. Senator for Wyoming, from Wyoming. F.E. Warren elected to a second senator. F.E. Warren elected to a second senator for Wyoming. That's not even English. And it also has nothing to do with Joseph Carey, the dude that writes this history blog. I'm just getting angered at the news. The guy riding a bull in the parking lot in Ohio. Why is that in the Wyoming paper? And this day in history, what has F.E. Warren got to do with Joseph Carey elected as senator for Wyoming on this day? Carey, an 1864 graduate of the University of Pennsylvania College of Law, then became an attorney in what was the territory of Wyoming back then, 1869, and then went on to be a pretty big shot in Wyoming. 1897, this day, earthquake damages the Grand Central Hotel in Casper. 1921, on this day, world champion wrestler Jack Taylor of Wyoming lost the title in a fight in Boise, Idaho, to a Russian wrestler. Taylor was actually Canadian, truthfully, but he had taken to Wyoming at that time, leaving his home, Ontario. He would eventually go back to Canada and retire in Edmonton, but Taylor this is back when wrestling was all the rage, and boxing. Prize fighting was big, 1920s. So was wrestling, and Wyoming had some famous wrestlers. Jack Taylor was one, even though he was from Canada. He had been living in Wyoming. He had just been defeated by noted wrestler Jack Pasek at the Iris in Casper on October 31st. That was a 3-hour match, so maybe Jack Taylor was kind of tired, right? It was the Battle of the Jacks, Jack Taylor against Jack Pasek at the famed Iris in Casper on October 31st, the Halloween Brawl at the Iris. And then here we are 2 weeks later, and Jack Taylor is wrestling for the championship. Dude, maybe you weren't recovered yet from the 3-hour bout with the other guy. 3 hours of wrestling? I'd be exhausted. I would need more than 2 weeks to go defend my championship. World champion wrestler Jack Taylor, Canadian via Wyoming, lost his title to a Russian wrestler unnamed in this story in a wrestling match in Boise. On this day in history, 1921. All these things happened today, November 14th. This day in history. It's time to rodeo with our friends over at the Western Ag Network.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Great to have you along. Another conversation with Cade Bruno of Challis, Idaho, going to his 4th consecutive National Finals rodeo, number 5 in the world in the saddle bronc riding. Today, we talk about his preparation for Vegas. He and Wacy Scheller and Rocker Steiner at the Steiner Ranch. Yeah, that conversation coming up next on the Roadshow.
Ranchers, it's truly one of the best Angus female sales of the entire year. Monday, November 17th, it's the Montana Angus Female Bonanza Sale at the public auction yards in Billings, Montana. 3,500 bred Angus females sell. Now, these are the real Montana kind and will have as much quality and program as any set of females you'll find anywhere in America. Sale time is 11 a.m. Sale catalog, videos, and the sale itself can be viewed at northernlivestockvideo.com.
Western Ranch Supply is having a Black Friday sales event starting Monday, November 24th through Saturday, November 29th, with a chance to win a $500 Western Ranch Supply gift card on Friday, November 28th, only for the first shoppers. We're featuring boot trays as low as $3.99, John Deere tricycle under $60, plus many more in-store deals. Come check out Western Ranch Supply's Black Friday sales event located at 7305 Entryway Drive in Billings.
Yeah, you said you're going to the gym. You're going to Rocker Steiner's place there in northern Texas and getting on some horses there, right? Just for a tune-up.
Yep. No, I've started going to the gym, and I've got a little workout schedule, and go to the gym every day but Sunday, and take one day off a week. And like I said, trying to get in a little better shape, but give myself the best chance out there. There's so much money, and it's a kind of a brutal 10 days, so this year I'm gonna, like I said, try and get in a little better shape and be a little healthier, and hopefully when I get out there, draw good. And the Steiners have been awesome. They got a good set of practice horses here. They've actually got a contractor or two, Pete Carr and Will O'Connell, sent them some horses down here, and so we've been bucking, try and buck twice a week, and we're going to buck twice a week right up until the day we leave. So hopefully everybody's sharp. Wasey Shallow's here too, so between me and Wasey and Rocker, we're hoping we get out to Vegas and put on a show.
The Challis, Idaho talent. That is Cade Bruno. On his way to his 4th National Finals rodeo, and there is indeed opportunity for him to walk away with a gold buckle saying world champion on the Rodeo Roadshow. Good to have you along. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
Yeah, let's get back to it. Thank you, Will, for the rodeo report. Getting excited for the NFR coming up in December. I'm already excited for CFD. Next year, 2026, the Cheyenne Frontier Days. We're going to have the CEO, Tom Hirsig, on the show later today. Talk about some of the changes, all positive, that are going to be happening to next year's Cheyenne Frontier Days, daddy of them all. It's a 10-day rodeo, but it has never been a 10 rodeo event. There are 10 days total to Cheyenne Frontier Days, but they only rodeoed 9 of those days. Why don't we rodeo on the 10th day? Yeah. And that, I guess we finally solved that. Tom says we're gonna rodeo for the first time ever. 10 straight days of rodeo, plus the live music concert, plus all the other stuff that comes with Cheyenne Frontier Days, daddy of them all. Tom's going to be on later to talk about all the changes. Tickets go on sale soon, next month, about a month from now. Get ready for Cheyenne Frontier Days 2026. It's going to be bigger and better than ever. I love that the Indiana Fever girls basketball team, I love that the core trio of them hang out together so much. They're so fun to watch when they're fun to watch on the court. This good basketball team, the Indiana Fever. Caitlin Clark has single-handedly become the face of the WNBA. She is the W. Nobody was watching women's basketball until Caitlin Clark started rocking in Iowa and then was drafted by Indiana. And suddenly now the WNBA is something. It's real thing. And it's all her. Caitlin Clark, she's a phenomenal talent on the basketball court. And she's a pretty good golfer. She doesn't have a handicap, but she said she shoots consistently in the low 80s. And she was just on TV on the Golf Channel the other day. You probably saw a video of her golfing. She's pretty good. She was at the LPGA Pro-Am, where you play as a team. So I don't know what she shot, but she hit a long putt. She hit some good drives, and she was caddied by her teammates, Sophie Cunningham and Lexi Hull. So cool that those three hang out in golfing. Sophie Cunningham, Lexi Hull, by the way, as caddies, were wearing very, very, very short skirts that left little to the imagination. And if golf is looking to boost their ratings, I would take a cue from that. Lesson to be learned there. In fact, the story says Sophie Cunningham stuns as Caitlin Clark's caddy at LPGA Pro-Am. Well, that got me clicking. They weren't much of caddies. They're not much of golfers, Sophie and Lexi. They took a few swings, but they're terrible. But Caitlin Clark looked really good. She's a heck of a golfer. Can't wait already for basketball season next year when the WNBA gets going and Caitlin hopefully comes back from injury. So too do her teammates. And yeah, it's just fun to watch somebody outside of their sport exceed and excel in another sport. Caitlin Clark, pretty good golfer. Maybe she got a career after basketball doing that. Let's take a break. Get Don Day in here with a weather forecast after this.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go. Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family.
Yeah!
Oh, I thought you were on my team.
There he is. It's Don Day with the day weather forecast. Don, we're going from, I was thinking about November. Yeah, I think it was yesterday or the day before, maybe the day before. You said November is the kind of month that you could expect to see wide-ranging weather behavior. And we noted a couple of days ago, record low temps recorded in Wyoming in 1916, 20-something below. And then record high temps over the last couple days in other communities now 100-something years later. And that's November behavior, isn't it? It's all over the place.
It's just weather. And when people look at 30-year averages and 30-year, quote, normals, that type of thing, and when you get something like this that is this out of whack, I mean, it certainly does catch your attention. But I remind people all the time, it's like, we've seen this before. I can go back and I can find you a year that the same November has occurred several times in our history. So it's something that's not new. It may be new to you, okay? But that's the way the weather works. We have this thing called interannual variability, to where the weather is Mother Nature could care less that it's November 14th, okay? She's gonna do what she's gonna do. in terms of the weather. Your averages might say that the average high today should be 45, but it'll be 70 in some areas today. Does that mean there's something wrong or broken with the record weather? No. You got to remember that averages are two numbers of extremes. So those dates that you mentioned of being 20 below zero in 1916, well, take that number and add it together with today's high temperatures and take the average. And that's what ends up in being what your quote climate normals are. So they're just numbers that we create to kind of track things, but you got to be steady as she goes and not lose your mind. But a lot of people are like, what's up? This is crazy. It's not snowing. It's warm. We had 2 nights of the Aurora Borealis, so, there's a lot of signs in the sky, so to speak, that things are out of whack. But that's one fun thing about the weather is, if the weather was going to be the same based on averages, it'd be a very boring place. I would be very bored. It would just be, because then you would know what the weather's going to be like all the time if the weather's supposed to track the averages, and it doesn't.
Yeah, you might be out of a job. But look, I think all things over the last few days, we see power outages because people are running their AC in the middle of November nonstop to try to stay cool. No, I don't know why we had the power outage. But all right, Donde, you're saying if you had to take the final exam to become a meteorologist, you're going to weather school, and this is the final exam. You got to pass or fail, or you don't get to be a meteorologist. And the question is, what can we expect temperature to be on any given November 14th? And you say, well, 20 below or 73.
Well, what you do is the answer the first answer you would be is you look at the climate averages, right?
Yeah.
And you say, well, the averages say this, but then I would go back and look at what the extremes were historically. And if I was the professor, it's like, that's right. You got to put things in perspective. A 70-degree temperatures on November 14th is remarkable. It's also remarkable that on the same date you can be below zero, and that's November.
Yeah.
And it's possible that parts of Wyoming before this month's over could see sub-zero temperatures. It's possible.
Yeah, and that's uniquely November to me. You're not going to see temp variations like that in January, are you? Or
sometimes
July.
You can. I mean, you have January thaws and that type of thing. But this has been a remarkable stretch. And when we had that Arctic air mass unload over the eastern United States early this week, when you have that big of an unloading of cold Canadian air, there's always going to be a sort of a reset where you got to recharge things, so to speak, and that takes 7 to 10 days. And we're benefiting. We are benefiting from all the cold weather that hit the eastern United States. We've benefited from that with the weather we're getting now.
You did say that. You did say that was coming. So give me a micro forecast for Fresno. I think they are soaking wet in California where the Cowboys going to play football tomorrow.
I think there's a good chance of, if it's not raining during the game, it will rain off and on. It might even be a steady rain, and they already have gotten rain with this first system, and they're going to get another one coming in tomorrow. So if anybody's headed to Fresno, bring the rain gear. And if you're watching on TV, does Fresno have grass or turf?
Turf now. I did look that up. It used to have grass. Now they have turf.
Oh, bummer. Because, I love those games where everybody's jersey's green and muddy and that type of thing. So that'll help. But obviously, I think the weather is going to be a factor. It won't be windy, but it's going to be 50s, lower 50s, and rainy.
Okay. What about Laramie? We got high school football tonight and tomorrow in Laramie. Going to be a little touch and go?
No, it's actually, you go back to this warm November weather. It's going to be remarkably nice. Problem with games today and tonight is going to be the wind.
Yeah.
It is going to be pretty windy in Laramie today. It's going to be still windy tomorrow, but not as. But temperatures in Laramie tomorrow and today are going to be in the upper 50s, flirting with 60. For the middle of November, for Laramie, that's a heat wave.
I like it. Don, you were saying this whole week was going to be good, get out and enjoy it, but by the weekend we thought trouble would start moving in. Now, are we pushing that back, delaying it a little? By next week we'll see cold? Or
So first of all, for later today and tonight, there is going to be a little bit of shower activity in northwest and northern Wyoming. Nothing to write home about, but a little bit of weather. This next front comes in Sunday afternoon and evening. So tomorrow and the first half of Sunday, we kind of catch a little bit of a break before this next wave comes in. But western and southwestern Wyoming will be raining and snowing by late Sunday afternoon. Then Sunday night into Monday, scattered rain and snow showers will be found elsewhere across the state. So that change is coming, but maybe backed up about a day or so.
Yeah. Okay, good deal. Thank you, Don. Appreciate it. Have a great weekend. Day weather forecast. That's Don Day doing the forecasting for us. And yeah, did the Aurora Borealis cause us to have like really warm temp? Maybe. Did it cause the power outage? Maybe. Nobody knows on that one. We'll talk about the power outage in a little bit. First, I want to talk about the CME, Aurora Borealis, the Northern Lights, as it were. And we go to our favorite photographer, David Bell, down there in Pinedale. Dave Bell, as far as auroras go, and you've seen a few in your lifetime and pointed a camera at more than a few, this was exceptional, was it not? Tuesday night?
It was a dandy, Jake. It was incredible. Mother Nature did all the work. Really, all I had to do was show up. And
I do want to admit, you say that all I had to do was show up, but I one of my questions was, you know what? Photography is in great. Photographers say everything is lighting, almost everything, but most of it is showing up. The stuff you photograph is stuff like I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have been at 2 a.m. out there when it's 20 below. Part of photography is showing up, and you got to sometimes get out there and go places when, it's cold or it's night or whatever. That's part of it, is it not?
That's absolutely right. You got to shoot to get it. And sometimes it's not when it's the nicest. And, it's not unusual to, particularly in the winter in Pinedale, it's, 10, 15, 20 below zero, and you're out trying to shoot something, a moonrise or a moonset, or so it's just the way it is. But that's also part of what makes it fun.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a studio photographer, you schedule that family in for their family portrait at 3:00 on Thursday. But yeah, if you want to shoot nature, and you've got to go on her time, and man, that aurora. So what I found out, what a lot of us found out about the Northern Lights, some people had never seen them, and that was a first for them. That's great. For me, it was a first to enjoy that phenomena of, I don't really see anything, but what the heck? They say take a photo anyway. And I click my cell phone, and sure enough, I can't believe what I'm seeing. What is going on with that? Where the camera sees what we don't?
Well, it's just the way the sensors process it. I think if you were shooting with film, you might not see it either. But the electronic sensor and the way it detects light will show the beginning of the aurora showing up, which is going to be green, and then as was witnessed on the other night, it rapidly turned to red, and then a whole spectrum of other colors. So, I was set up. You just, of course, you don't know when it's going to start, and so I headed to my favorite place, the 7 Mile River Ranch west of Pinedale, the old Schwabacher place. And was ready to go, and I was waiting, and it was beginning to get dark, and I had nothing. And then all of a sudden, this aurora was different because it started with red. The first thing I could see was red.
Yeah.
And then, of course, it just built from there. So.
Yeah. Give advice to some beginning photographers, maybe. I like how almost all the time when you take photos of big landscape phenomena, whether it's outer space, the stars, or whether it's Aurora Borealis, it's important to show scale and to show some kind of humanness in it. So you use these silhouettes of trees in the photo. Many people may not think of that. They'll point their camera at the sky and they're like, I want to get all the colors. But just the colors, just the sky, we don't get a sense of what it is. I love that you have water and trees. It's important to have stuff in foregrounds of photos or backgrounds or side grounds so we know what we're looking at. It puts things in context, doesn't it?
It does. Composition, is the key. I mean, yeah, you've got all the gear components, the tripod, the camera, the right kind of lens, et cetera, et cetera. But again, if you just point it at the sky and all you see is, red and green, it shows really nothing that you can relate to. You can't understand really what you're looking at. And so, photographers use the old rule of thirds, okay, where you take the camera screen and you look at it from a standpoint of a scale with third, 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 or third, third, third from top to bottom, side to side, top to bottom. And you try to place your camera in such a manner that you've got some kind of a composition that makes sense. And I tried to shoot this event in 7 or 8 different locations. And as you said, I used water. I used a bridge. I used the trees. Even in one shot, I used the lights of Daniel, Wyoming, off on the very far left side of the image to try to show some scale and something that people could understand better what they were looking at. So the rule of thirds really does work. And as the years go by, nobody has ever been able to prove that it doesn't work best for photography, particularly landscape photography.
Composition, that's the word I'm looking for. We're talking to David Bell, photographer, the rule of thirds. I'm sorry, I got to circle back to something you just said. The lights of Daniel. Lights, plural, Daniel.
Well, there's a big intersection there, and
all right,
the Daniel Junction, the gas station, and the wonderful restaurant that's there. So yep, the lights of Daniel, Jake.
All right, so fair enough.
Can't get away from it. So
hey, let me ask you this. I know photography is your thing. Photography is the still photo, the one shutter blink of something you see. But when it comes to Aurora Borealis or even other things like a shooting star, there is just a little bit of movement we would love to see and feel. Sometimes my camera does like this almost a second long photograph. You know what I mean? Like it's moving. Have you ever done that? Have you ever done video or some movement in the photo? Have you ever yearned to also bring that to a viewer?
I've begun to shoot a little bit of movie stuff. I actually shot a movie the other night. I honestly haven't had a chance to look at it yet.
Oh.
I shot a 30 or a 45-second video, but I don't know if there's anything there. I just have been kind of on the go ever since that evening. And of course, I was out again last night looking for them. I was out the night before looking for them, the night after. And so so I don't know if I have anything or not, but what I have enjoyed doing, and I've shot some, but I've not really posted any, is we get some really terrific cloud formations over the Wind River Mountains, lenticular clouds, et cetera. And I've shot a lot of movies of the lenticulars over the Wind River Mountains, and then you compress them or speed them up.
Yeah.
So you really get to see the movement of the clouds as they're moving over and around the mountains. And those are all pretty much just laying right on my computer. I've never really posted them, but it's fascinating to do. And it's something that I pledged to myself that I need to do more of, but I get so enthralled shooting the landscape, sometimes I forget.
And you're so good at it that why get outside of your, this is your jam. A camera on a tripod. There's you have not found an end to that resource. Like that's going to give you a lifetime of opportunities. But what about other things? What about drone? Have you ever thought about a drone?
Yeah, I've thouut about a drone, and
Yeah.
I'm actually looking at a workshop later this winter that's going to focus on drone photography. But I texted the guy that's putting it on, and I says, well, I don't own a drone yet.
Yeah.
And he says, well, that's fine. You can still come. We'll have a lot of drones that you can play with. And this is a Patagonia workshop. So it's kind of a big commitment. If I was to, pull the trigger on it, I'd want to practice with a drone beforehand so I knew what I was doing. But it's something I haven't done. And but some rancher friends of mine I know over in the Wyoming range, they literally go find their cattle with drones now.
Yeah.
And they can get them to move with drones when they buzz them and stuff. So it's pretty cool technology. I need to probably start learning it.
But I do appreciate what you bring, and that's authenticity. Nothing done post photograph as far as juicing, gimmickry. Maybe a drone's a gimmick. I mean, you are a classic photographer. Your photos scream authenticity when we see them. That's an organic photo we're getting from David Bell every time. So cool. So what's next? What do you look at? The calendar? What is next that you're going to have to shoot?
Well, I mean, I was actually, while I was waiting this morning, I was shooting the sunrise in Pinedale. We had an absolutely unbelievable sunrise this morning. Sometimes we get, when the sunrise is just perfect, we get shadows from the peaks on the bottoms of the clouds. And I had major deep shadows on the underside of a cloud deck from peaks as the sun was rising behind them this morning. Every day there's something to shoot. I don't know of a day that goes by that I haven't clicked the camera on something.
Yeah.
And it's a world of wonder. And of course I live in Wonderland, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah. I mean, you're in the right spot. And then this is the right time as far as time of the year, I would imagine, because photographers, from what I know, they don't like the high noon, flat light, no clouds and contrast. I talk to wedding photographers. If it's July 1 in the afternoon, it's like awful. But early and late in the day, when you got that sun throwing shadows, casting long shadows in November right now, and a little bit of clouds in Pinedale this morning, I could see why that was perfect, right?
It was a dandy. And you're right. This time of the year is it. I mean, even in the middle of the day, you still have shadows here because the sun is low, and so it's just hard to beat. It really is. So
one last thing, while we got your expertise for every photographer out there, let's get a little bit in the weeds. What did you use to catch those Aurora shots? They were fantastic. What kind of settings? What kind of camera? What are the details?
I shot 3 different cameras and 3 different lenses that night. My camera of choice is a Lumix S1R, which is I think is the best landscape camera that's ever been made. People are not familiar with the Lumix, the Panasonic Lumix model per se, but the S1R is a tremendous landscape camera. I shot 3 different lenses: a 14, a Sigma 14 f1.4. A Zeiss 21 f2.8, and then a Sigma 35 f1.2. So they're all extremely fast lenses, which allowed me to gather a maximum amount of light because the lens aperture is big. I shot generally I shot those lenses generally wide open, although I always back off at least 1 click so that I'm not pushing the boundaries, the edges of the image too much. And generally those images were anywhere between 6 and 13 seconds in length. ISO, which is your film speed setting, if you will, back to the old film days, ISO was generally between 800 and 2000. Depending on which lens. Obviously the Zeiss 21 is a little slower, so I cranked up my ISO a little bit for that lens. But generally those were the settings I was using. Of course, I was shooting, I had 3 tripods going all at the same time. I was kind of probably, if somebody was watching me, I probably looked a little crazy.
Running from the legs.
Right. So, but you got to get it while you can get it. So
what he said, camera nerds, I don't understand any of it, but David Bell gets the best shots, man. Where can we go see some of the work for free before we buy it in the gallery? You're online, yeah.
I'm online. I have an absolutely brand new website that's going to be coming up this week called WyomingMountainPhotography.com.
Yeah.
I also have a brand new book that's coming out in the next few days. It's called Yellowstone: Historic Locations, Historic Quotations, and I've partnered with my good buddy Tim O'Leary up in Cody on that book. We're really excited about this new book. It's really going to be an interesting take on Yellowstone. And of course, my Facebook page, Dave Bell, or David J. Bell, I guess it is, and Facebook at Wyoming Mountain Photography. So I'm out there. I'd love to, and anybody's welcome to send me an email. I got one this morning actually from a gentleman about the picture you used yesterday of the little Jenny horses up in Bondurant. Anybody shoots me an email, I answer every single email I get. So I love to hear from people, and I'm always happy to help answer questions, talk gear, anything like that. So it's my world, and I love sharing it. Thanks.
I love it. I love the advice. I'm excited for the book. Sounds like a stocking stuffer. Black Friday ideas I'm getting, and the new website. Right. Dave, thanks for spending time with us this morning. Appreciate it.
Oh, always a pleasure, Jake. Have a good day.
You too. Have a blessed Sublette County weekend under the glowing lights of Daniel. Glowing light. I think he's pulling our leg. The lights of Daniel. We'll be right back after this.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood.
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
Can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a finally Friday. We talked to U.S. Senator John Barrasso earlier this morning, and I was glad that he said there is not a preoccupation bordering fascination with these Epstein files, at least not that he sees in Wyoming. Because it's in the news again. It's never been out of the news since Epstein was arrested, imprisoned, killed in prison. This whole obsession with Epstein files. If you go read a story on the interwebs concerning anything concerning remotely government, it could be a story about, obviously, you know, what's been in the news cycle in the last couple of weeks is the government shutdown. There might be a story about how SNAP benefits are going to run out next week if the government doesn't get back to work, and someone will inevitably comment on that story, release the Epstein files. As if that is the Epstein files has become the Dorian Gray, the voodoo doll of all that is wrong in D.C. and all that is wrong in the world, in the U.S. Everything is the Epstein files. Once we know what's in those, our whole problems will go away. I just don't get it. Every day I field emails from PR companies wanting to get guests on this show to talk about the Epstein files. And I'm thinking, it is a hot topic in some circles. Is it a hot topic in Wyoming? Does anyone really care? Do the Epstein files affect you? And U.S. Senator John Barrasso, I did say, we talked about it because there's going to be a vote now, apparently, to open the Epstein files. And I asked Senator Barrasso about it, and he just he gave me the look that I give people when they say Epstein files. And I'm like, what is your obsession with the Epstein files? And Barrasso's like, you know what? I talked to the American people. I talked to the Wyoming people, my people, and they're not asking me to release the Epstein files. They're asking me to lower health care costs. They're asking me to somehow make it easier to afford to feed my family. They're asking for like major concerns in their life. Please, government, do this and this and this. And the list does not include, please release the Epstein files. How is that going to make my life better? Senator Barrasso wondered. He said, that seems like it's a DC thing. And it seems like it's a media thing. It's the media that is obsessed, news media obsessed over the Epstein files, because it's the news story, it's the gift that keeps on giving, the news story that won't go away. Where is Andrew Rossi? We talked to him Wednesday. He said he was going to be here Friday. Said, I'll see you Friday. He's not here. Yeah, so I was glad Senator Barrasso, he just basically, as only politicians can do, ignored that question. He's like, I don't see the obsession of the Epstein vote. The reason I bring it up is because it could be an indication of where the health of the Republican Party is. Supposedly, Politico and others are projecting that dozens could defect the party and sign up with Democrats and vote to open the Epstein files. This is after news today that what happened? I think some Republican senators jumped ship, similar to Democrats doing so on the CR. I think there was 4 of them. 4 Republicans who broke ranks on the Epstein files, and what can we learn from this? The House, this has happened to the House, so for me to ask Senator Barrasso of the Senate, I mean, this may come to a Senate vote, but in the House, the release of emails sent by Jeffrey Epstein, Congress has set the stage for a vote to prompt the Trump administration to fully release files on the accused sex trafficker. In the House, 4 Republicans voted with Democrats to release the files. They so-called jump ship. Thomas Massey is one. Lauren Boebert, Colorado, is another Republican that voted to release the Epstein files. Marjorie Taylor Greene, and we kind of know the history with her. 1 minute she's in the Trump camp, 1 minute she's not. And Representative Nancy Mace, she's South Carolina, right? So that could open the door for a vote of the House to release the Epstein files. Then presumably it goes to the Senate. But yeah, Senator Barrasso just basically exhaled at the asking of that question, and you could almost see the exasperation with the whole Epstein thing. People obsessed with the Epstein files. Who's named in it? I don't know. At this point, who's not named? Rumors are it could be anybody's name in there. And again, how does this benefit you when you're going out to try to buy some hamburger tonight to feed the fam? The price of beef through the roof. How does this help you when next year Wyoming is down to just 2 health insurers, Blue Cross, Blue Shield, and some other outfit, because they've all left the state because even insurance companies can't afford to be insurance companies anymore, health insurance, much less people afford their premiums. How is any of this helping us in our everyday life, knowing who was spending time in a bedroom with what 15-year-old at the Epstein? I mean, anybody in there, the whole lot of them should go get locked up, but it's not going to help our everyday life, these Epstein files. It has become the poster child for everything wrong with anything. And I, for one, I'm just tired of hearing the name Epstein. Just get over it already. I'm just trying to kill time for Andrew Rossi to get on. Andrew's not here. Andrew would have talked about record high temps today, as we just spoke with meteorologist Don Day, and he said that's kind of what November does. There's no right answer in the weatherman test. Basically, if you're talking about November, Don Day always brings it back to extremes and the law of averages, etc. So Don kind of admitted in a roundabout way, there is no correct answer. If your meteorology final exam said, what can you expect the temperature to be in Casper, Wyoming on November 14th? There's no correct answer. It's a trick question, because you could write a negative in front of that number. You could write, you could expect it to be -20. And your professor would be like, interesting, because today the forecasted high for Casper is 66. It could also be that, your student Dante would say. I can just imagine that the pupil Don Day in meteorology school saying, well, the answer to this question ranges from -20 to 66. And the professor saying, correct, right answer. Really? That's November. Basically, only in November can you see 100-degree swings in what it could be in mid-November. We saw in 1916 record low temps, coldest ever in the month of November in Sheridan, Casper, Cheyenne, Lander, all double-digit below zero on this day, 1916. Yet yesterday, today, more like 60s and 70s. Record-setting warm. That's a huge swing. And it's par for the course when it comes to November. It is the last hurrah of warmth, though. Enjoy the record high temps yesterday and today because the weekend looks a little sketchier. And by next week, it's getting back to what looks more like normal November, although we just decided there is no normal when it comes to November. So weird. All right, we got to rock out of here. It's the end of the hour. Next hour, a lot of guests. Bill Sniffen will be here. Julie and Michael, the garlic farmers. They got a garlic farm over there in Alto, Wyoming. And Jared Petrino should be on to talk sports, even though I've promoted him the last 2 days and he has not been able to make it. Let's hopefully get him on today. We'll talk about UW and Fresno State. Big football game tomorrow. We got to do all that next hour, so don't go far. Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A massive power outage left most of northeast Wyoming in the dark Thursday, along with areas in Montana and South Dakota. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that nearly 100,000 customers were without power at one point.
It's been in the tens of thousands all afternoon, and Du Bois is dark. Douglas was dark in the late afternoon up to northeast Wyoming into South Dakota. Western South Dakota was having outages.
The cause of the widespread outage is believed to be a pair of 500 kilovolt power lines that tripped near Medicine Bow, Wyoming, according to a statement from the Western Area Power Administration. Detectives have interviewed multiple people in connection with a Wednesday night gun buy gone bad in northwest Cheyenne that left one person dead. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports no arrests have been made, but police are still gathering details.
So an 18-year-old male was shot. He was found dead by police, and apparently he had gone there with his friend to purchase a gun from a 16-year-old, and an altercation ensued, and then there was a shooting. And the thing is, the gun deal was obviously illegal because a 16-year-old and 18-year-olds aren't allowed to possess firearms according to federal law. Several people were interviewed by detectives, and apparently the 16-year-old at this point today was not under arrest, but charges are being submitted to the district attorney's office to determine, what they will be, but I'm sure they're probably looking at whether it was self-defense or actual shooting that just stemmed from an argument and that the victim was defenseless.
According to one witness, at least 7 people were detained, put into police cruisers, and taken away. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
By those who serve. The Governor's Spirit of Service Award, presented by Serve Wyoming and Governor Mark Gordon, honors the volunteers who lift others, strengthen communities, and make our state shine. Nominate someone whose service inspires you at servewyoming.org and help us say thank you to the people who keep Wyoming's spirit alive.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The Wyoming Supreme Court on Wednesday paused a judge's order requiring school upgrades like more computers and school counselors and better teacher pay. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the pause gives lawmakers more leeway in the 2026 budget session.
The Wyoming Supreme Court on Wednesday went ahead and paused that order that was kind of over lawmakers that they were facing as they made their funding decisions. That gives them a little more leeway going into the 2026 budget session. A lot of them told me on Thursday, we were going to do what we were going to do, and we were going to hope that it shook out well with the court.
Some legislators who serve on the Select School Finance Recalibration Committee responded to the news Thursday with relief, and some with dismay, but some voiced indifference, saying they were revamping the state's education plan either way. The town of Burns has locked up its compost dump site after an influx of what officials claim are Cheyenne businesses dumping there to avoid paying their local fees. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports the town has options on how to remedy the situation.
Burns Mayor Joel Nicholson told Cowboy State Daily his town is considering a number of solutions to this issue, such as placing a keycard reader at the site. Another potential solution that city leaders are considering is having a 24/7 official available to verify whether people dumping at the site are from Burns or not.
The compost site is still free for town residents, but now they have to get a key from the town hall. Wyoming and 6 other Colorado River Basin states missed a key deadline to agree on water use, but talks continue. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports lawmakers and state agencies have until February before the federal government may impose its own plan.
Well, the states might have been given a little bit of a reprieve to get a few more weeks to talk among themselves. And our state engineer and our state attorney, who are kind of the lead guys for Wyoming and all of this, they said, yeah, we're still trying to continue to talk and hash this out. And I talked to someone from the Nature Conservancy who said pretty much the same thing, that we're all concerned about this. We don't want Wyoming to end up short of water, but we want something that can be negotiated rather than litigated or decreed by the Department of Interior.
The main point of friction is between the Upper Basin states and Lower Basin states. The Upper Basin includes Wyoming, Colorado, Utah, New Mexico. The Lower Basin includes Arizona, Nevada, and California. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16, divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family, so I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed.
It's been 15 years, and I still live by that.
You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
Bill Sniffen is here on a Friday Cowboy State Daily Show. Bill, crazy world we're living in when, where do we start? Burns has to put a padlock on their dump. It's not people stealing stuff out of it, it's putting things in it. Power outage, we still don't know what caused that. It could have been the auroras because we have photo evidence. They were spectacular. David Bell got some great shots. And then we're all remembering Susan Anderson. Let's start there, Susan. We asked Senator Barrasso what she meant to him. It was huge. She was the queen of media, basically, in Wyoming.
I had referred to her as Wyoming's multimedia superstar. And yeah, Susan will be greatly missed. She's just been there, been around forever, and been everywhere. And she was just a really nice gal. She was a good friend, and her husband was a very good friend of mine. And I have to say, Jake, you put a hell of a show together. These are all really good friends of mine, starting with John Barrasso and Julia and Mike are going to talk about their garlic, which we cook with their garlic all the time. And I literally have known her entire life. Her dad was one of my best friends in Lander. And of course, Dave Bell is a great friend, and he's lots and lots of his photos were in my books. And then of course you have Dale coming on to talk about Susan. So I don't want to steal his thunder, but I'll just say that we all miss Susan, and she fought the good fight. I knew that she had some health issues. I didn't know she was that sick. So I would say, yes, that was going to be a big hole in Wyoming, and it's institutional memory. We're losing so much institutional memory. You know, Jake, my next column that I'm working on, I hope will be published someday if I get it done. But I was quoted here a while back in another media as, and I was having a conversation with a reporter, and I said that to me, for the last 20, 30 years, there were four personality icons from Wyoming. And when I call them a personality icon, these are the people who were always on television, always representing Wyoming, but the four people were Foster Freese, was always on Fox News, just always. Jerry Spence, the famous lawyer, and he even had his own program on CNBC once upon a time, but he was always on CNN. And of course, Al Simpson and Dick Cheney. And then, of course, John Barrasso today now is on the TV all the time. But they were these four guys, three of them just died this year, Jerry Spence and Al Simpson and Dick Cheney. So it's, to me, it's, if I in my column, I say if Wyoming had a Mount Rushmore of its TV personalities, those four guys would be on it. And every time they were on, they expressed their love of Wyoming. They loved Wyoming. Those guys all did, and they Cheney and Foster and Jerry all wore the fancy hats, and Jerry even had the buckskin jacket. Al sort of pretty well looked like a U.S. senator when he was on there, but it was anyway. Wyoming has really lost. It's been a tough year, and Susan Anderson is another loss. I mean, it's institutional memory that we think these people are going to be around forever, and they sort of were. Jerry Spence was 96. I think Al was 93. Dick was 84. Foster was 81 when he died in 2021. But so they lived long, happy lives, but they all went to the happy hunting ground, and they were all sportsmen. And anyway, it hurts me to think of what we've lost there, because and luckily they all wrote books, and so we can go back and tap into their knowledge and the things that they had to say about Wyoming, and of course with YouTube videos are available of the things they said too. So, but it's been quite a year. But that was my thought process is, my gosh, we're here's these people that would, every time you turned around, there was somebody on TV, and they would always have a good Wyoming Western look. So anyway, that's that was on my mind a little bit. That's what I'm working on, but I don't know. It's there's a lot to talk about. Dave Bell, my God, what fantastic photos of the aurora, and it's just unbelievable. I haven't there haven't been northern lights like that since 1981, 1989 in Wyoming. There were some spectacular ones when you think about it. You know, that's 36 years ago, I think. So it's a rare occasion, and it's anyway. That's kind of what was. I really enjoyed listening to Dave, and I've taught photography, and I've won my share of awards in photography, and I've always said there's three things that happen for great photography. One, you have to have good equipment, not great, good equipment. Secondly, you have to have good skills, not great skills, but most importantly is the moment. You have to get up at 4 a.m. and go out there and find that spot over the lights of Daniel and take that photo. And so anyway, so Dave gave you the super complicated explanation of all the ins and outs of the gear and all that. But those three rules are the three rules that if you want good photos, folks, that's what it takes.
Yeah, and he did admit most of the work is just showing up, and that's what we see. Photography captures a moment, But if you're in bed when that moment happens, you're not getting the photograph, no matter how good your camera is. It requires showing up. Back to Susan Anderson. Were you surprised to hear, and I was surprised to hear she had a book, and I love the title, Living in Wyoming, Settling for More. I have to go find that book now. But were you surprised to hear the challenges she faced as a woman trying to break into the news business, media? Like, this wasn't the 1800s. I mean, this wasn't that long ago. And she was actually told at studios, we're not looking for a woman. Wow. She went on to become a legend doing media, but I'm surprised doors closed early in her career because of that. Are you kidding?
Well, I'm old enough to remember when it was truly a man's club, and there were a few folks that could pry their way in here in Wyoming. Of course, Joanne Barron was an absolute pioneer on that, and Susan was a pioneer. But when she got to Wyoming, I don't think there was as much of that as there were back in the East and West Coast, where in the bigger places. But still, it was. You go back to my childhood and yours, which, believe it or not, we did have TV back in those days, but you never saw a woman ever on TV, ever. I mean, it was just, it was a very solemn man's world of Walter Cronkite and Ed Murrow and on up to Dan Rather. And I think Katie Couric actually broke the ceiling, so to speak, and that didn't go very well. But no, I think Susan Anderson was... And the real key is that she did it with she was a truly nice person, and that's that just shows that you don't have to be abrasive, you don't have to be I don't know what you want to call it, but whatever you'd be the opposite of her. She was just a nice person. She did her job very well.
Yeah,
I really liked her so much, and she was she and Dale were, they were both the most mild-mannered, nice people, and yet you could say they were Wyoming's media power couple.
Yeah.
Between the two of them, my gosh, they were very, very powerful people, and they never flexed their muscles. They just treated people well and did their job and loved. And they, again, like I said earlier, their love of Wyoming came through, and that's such an important thing, because doggone it, we have this special place that we know about here, and I was going to mention back on the photography thing. I've done 3 coffee table books, which are for sale for this Christmas, by the way, folks. If you still have a few, just go to Look Me Up or go to WyomingWonders.com. But I dealt with, when I did those, 54 Wyoming photographers, 54 of them. And my God, they were all just spectacular photographers. And it was, but Dave Bell was right at the top. Man, that guy was just really good.
He's good. He's good. And we should enjoy him while we still have him with us. Susan Anderson passed earlier this week at the age of 80, remembered as hardworking, hard charging, because she had to earn her way, whether it was in print journalism or as a TV news anchor at K2, where we enjoyed her. She had to go get it and hustle it, but remained joyous. Everybody says that about her. She was just joy. Never saw a sunrise she didn't like. Let me ask you one last thing, Bill, because I'm going to have Dale on later, Dale Boren. Really, Dale's brother is Spencer, and Dale plays the upright bass. Is that right?
Oh, yes. I've heard Dale sing. Singing.
Wow.
He's very, very good. Yes. These guys were and Spencer, my gosh, was world class.
Yeah.
So yeah, these are great people. Well, before we go, you were talking about the use of words today, the woke use of words, and the one I love is when they would call women mothers birth persons. and my own personal pet peeve is, and we talk about this at Cowboy State Daily, is we always are talking about euthanizing bears. It's a bad bear. We're going to go euthanize him. I said, you know what? Let's just say they went and killed him, or they killed him. it's, euthanize. Come on. They went out there and they killed them. And let's make it easy on the reader to say, well, what the heck does euthanize mean? But anyway, and when you're talking to Julia and Mike, tell them how much I'm enjoying their garlic. My gosh, it's we put it in everything, and in chili, it's unbelievable. I mean, just unbelievable, and every kind of soup imaginable. And it's they really know how to make garlic. I tell you that.
Yeah. Well, you'll never find a vampire over at the sniffing place. As a half Italian myself, I love garlic in anything, everything. So yeah, we'll talk garlic. Bill, thank you.
Always good to see anybody, and like I said, give my best to all those folks.
I will. Have a great weekend. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Let's take a break, and we will get the Garlic Wranglers, as they're known, on the show right after this.
We're all just trying to keep things running for those who rely on us. That's why we don't have time to be sick with the flu.
We don't have time for delays.
We don't have time for spills. Next.
We don't have time for setbacks. Let's be real.
Getting the flu shot
helps you fight the flu.
Get a flu shot for yourself and those around you too.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Friday. We welcome in the Garlic Wranglers, Garlic Farmer. I didn't know there was such a thing, and I think neither did you two before the year 2015. You never probably imagined yourselves as garlic growers. We're going to learn about all things garlic. It's our good friends Garlic Fete, and they do a bunch of garlic over there in, I want to say it's Idaho, but apparently Alta's in Wyoming.
How dare you?
I know. I mean, I love Alta. I love Grand Targhee. I go through Alta all the time, but I mean, it's kind of Idaho, no?
Yeah. Yeah, it would make more sense to annex Victor Driggs and Chetonia into Wyoming than the other way around.
You're probably right about that. So let's start with what gets you. I mean, you didn't grow up aspiring to be in garlic, the world of garlic. What happened? What went wrong?
Well, we were actually just trying to decide what if we should do something with the little bit of land that we had behind us. And everything we looked at, I mean, it's only a few acres, so it didn't make sense to do wheat or corn or soybeans or anything. And so I just kept coming across garlic being a good crop for a small acreage. And so one day I went downstairs and told Michael, and he's like, well, we love garlic. And that basically started the whole ball rolling.
I mean, outside of blood-sucking vampires, everybody, I think, loves garlic. I mean, we like a good amount. I like a lot amount of garlic, but, everybody loves garlic, but almost nobody thinks of growing it. We're talking to Michael and Julia Scheller, owners of Garlic Fete in Alta. The harvest you just finished, you harvest garlic in the fall. In like last month, you were harvesting. The hard work is done. You're ready to start selling and shipping?
Well, no, garlic gets planted in the fall. So we planted a few weeks ago.
Oh.
And it gets harvested in the mid to late summer. Usually we start at the end of July. And then it cures for a few weeks. And then we start selling. So actually, most of our selling's done for the year. We have a little bit left, but not a full stock at all.
Now, we're going to talk about the different kinds of garlic, but I look on your website at the bulbs and I see what garlic I see at the grocery store, and they're like shrimpy little, good-looking garlic. Your garlic looks robust. This looks like Wyoming garlic.
Yeah, exactly.
Why is that? This is just better, right?
Well, there's two different types of garlic. There's hardneck and softneck, and most of the garlic that we get in our country comes from either Gilroy, California, or China. And it's a softneck garlic. So it actually can grow anywhere that it's warmer than here. And hardneck garlic, they get a very, very thick stalk on the top. And they are basically, it's bred to grow in colder climates. And they're very robust, the taste is a lot different than the store-bought garlic. It's a little more nuanced. Sometimes it can be hot, sometimes not so much, but it's just more, just basically it's a little more nuanced.
So that does start to get into my next question was, it's hard to grow stuff in the Rocky Mountains. The soil's not great. The weather, I bet you have a little window to grow things. So is garlic something you can do here? Maybe not all kinds. Maybe there's some kinds you say that's never going to work, but you've got a couple dozen types of garlics that are working for you.
Yeah, well, there's in the hardneck varieties, I think there's 600 named varieties. We used to grow about 21, and now I think we're up to 18. And the ones that don't work for us over time, we just cull. And but it's it likes the freeze. The hardneck garlic, if it doesn't freeze in the ground, or if people are growing it in a warm climate, freeze it in the freezer for a while before planting it, it just won't produce the same way. So it's perfect for our climate.
Michael and Julia at Garlic Fete, they are such garlic wranglers that even when they say you cannot grow that Baglione outside of Italy, hold on, you guys went to Italy, you fell in love with this Italian garlic. The Italians do garlic. I'm half Italian. Are you doing that kind of garlic in Wyoming? Is it working?
Well, the Aglione is a specific, it's more of an elephant garlic. So actually it's in the leek family. And yes, we grow it. And yes, it is a challenge every single year where a lot of the garlic varieties we'll get 95 to 100% of them germinating and coming up. This one, I think we struggle to keep it around 60%, So, but it's the uniqueness of that we love so much.
Now, these garlic types are different. What I notice a different taste in many of them, and what do they take a different approach growing them? Maybe some like it colder, some like it warmer, some have less time or more time to harvest, some like varying soil conditions. I'm sure each one's different, but as far as tasting and the different approach for each garlic, is it similar or are there drastic differences between different garlics?
There's a wide variety of flavors, and you might want to consider it like the grapes that are used to create the different varieties of wine. The big difference we find here is we see a shift as the garlic spends time in our soil here in the Teton waters. It gives a slight change in, Julie, what's that called? The
terroir.
The terroir.
Terroir, just like in wine.
Yeah.
It does make a big difference where you're growing it, because somebody could plant our same garlic somewhere else and come out with a slightly different flavor profile, slightly different size. And
so what am I benefiting? And I can probably guess this, but what is the benefit of going to the farmer's market, for instance, getting your garlic, which I assume is like way fresher than the supermarket garlic? Why is this a better garlic? And I'm sure it is.
The biggest difference you'll find is when you use it for certain meals. For example, we have a garlic we highly recommend for pizza sauces and for pasta sauces. It adds a little bit of a sweetness at the finish, and when you cook with it, it blends in beautifully with the sauce. We have other garlics that what we call Siberian is an appetizer garlic. The flavor lasts about 15 minutes, and then it's completely gone. So if your entree has no garlic in it, it's not effective, and the flavors in your mouth are moved on. That's the kind of experience we have with our hardneck garlics. And then we also have a garlic that we have some pictures we can share with you, Krendaskar, which is absolutely perfect for raw and salads. And it has a bit of a sweet finish, but it gives off a great flavor in both a pesto or a coleslaw or just a straight salad dressing.
We're talking to the garlic wranglers, Michael and Julie of Garlic Fete. You can read about them in TVN. Teton Valley News wrote them up. The Jackson Hole News and Guide wrote them up. Famous garlic growers over there in Alta. As famous as it gets is in Alta. I've been, the Christiansens I know, I'd see Hunter over there once in a while, and of course Leland.
We have a couple Olympians who live here too.
Are you kidding?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that. Skiing? Probably skiers, no?
Right.
Oh, skiers. Yeah. You got that one girl that skis moguls.
Jalen Cow.
Jalen, we've had her on the show a couple times. She's good. Okay. All right, Alta's on the map for real. All right. Let me put you to the test, Michael and Julia. Suggest a garlic type for me who loves garlic, and I have to have it in my pasta. But garlic does not necessarily agree with my insides. Is there anything gentler on the plumbing that I could eat? What kind of garlic?
There's a couple ways you can go. The easiest on your stomach is to go to the garlic scape, which is the flower of the garlic. And the tough part about garlic scapes is there's a small window to buy them in July, August. But what we've done is we've taken those and we freeze dried them. And now you can buy the freeze dried version of them all year round.
So while you two are toiling away in the soil, planting bulbs or whatever it is garlic farmers do, you both listen to podcasts. I hope you're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Show, but I don't know. What's your podcast jam, Michael, Julia?
I love true crime. I can listen to it all day long. I can't watch anything on TV with blood or guts or gore on it, but I can listen to it for some reason all day long.
I'd have to say I argue with Bill Maher on a daily basis between his weekly show and his Wednesday podcast with other folks. I find that interesting.
All right. Well, I hope you work this show into the new podcast lineup. Two more things I want to talk about. Organic growing and growing. Today, everybody's concerned about stuff in their produce, pest control, whatever. I don't know what you have to worry about that would like garlic. I get gophers. Do they eat garlic? So you got,
oh my gosh.
There has to be pest control, right? And so what do you do to keep your garlic from getting eaten by anything?
Yeah, well, we use only organic fertilizers and we use no pesticides, no herbicides. We do a lot of weeding because of that. And yeah, I would say the biggest things we worry about is like right now after we plant it, the deer are also migrating through. And so they stomp all over the field and it's wet usually. And then gophers and field mice, the voles, love to move in there in the winter and hide under the straw. And those are the big things. So there's not much we can do about what happens over the winter, but we trap a lot of gophers in the summer. So I'm quite the gopher murderer, really.
Yeah. Gophers not safe around Julia. Okay. Good news. Okay, I want to get on the website. You do have internet presence where we can also order. We're thinking about as we come into the holidays, gifts that are truly uniquely Wyoming, and this one even good for you. GarlicFete.com, garlic, Fete.com. We can order safely online. And are you ready to go? You ready to ship some garlic bulbs?
Sure, yeah. What we have left, we will absolutely ship out.
All right. Well, thank you both for being on. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Jake.
All things garlic. It's Michael and Julia on Garlic Fete. They are the Garlic Wranglers, and we learn more about garlic today. We got to take a break. Come back with Jared. We got to talk about Cowboy football here right after this quick break of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Eva Marie smoked 12,000 packs of cigarettes over 15 years. She quit, and now there's a new lung cancer screening that could save her life. You stopped smoking. Now start screening. No matter how much you smoked, early detection could save you. Talk to your doctor or learn more at savedbythescan.org.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show Friday. Let's go to Starbucks, everybody, and grab ourselves a cup of coffee. Just wake up a little Starbucks. 2 stories in the news concerning your favorite coffee shop. Starbucks now owes us money. Seems like there's a Starbucks story every week. There's 2 of them this week. One, Starbucks is apologizing after their collector's item barista cup sold out in minutes. You probably missed your chance to get one. Starbucks Barista, as in bear. They're fashioned to look like a bear. It's a coffee mug, a coffee cup. And every year, Starbucks has an item which is virtually guaranteed to be the season's must-have item at Starbucks. This one sold out before you ever had a chance to get it. And the reason, primarily, what Starbucks says the reason is their own employees realizing that this would be a huge item this year, the Starbucks Barista Cup. It was the employees that bought it up. And if you want it now, you can get it on places like eBay for like $500 resale. Yeah, this thing, when it rolled out last week, it rolled out on November 6th, I think. The Barista Cup, designed for holding cold beverages, quickly being resold on eBay for as much as $500. Cold brew, ice, matcha latte, whatever you want to put in it. This was to be the big item of the year. I'm looking at it. I don't see anything terribly exciting about the Barista Cup. Retails for $30 if and when you can find it. And again, at the select Starbucks where it was offered for sale, it sold out in minutes. And it's got Starbucks apologizing because A, they did not anticipate the popularity of the item and that it would be such a collector's item. So they didn't make enough, which is how you drive the price up. That's marketing genius. And B, their employees apparently bought them all up and are reselling the $30 cup on eBay for $500. Yeah, so rush out and get that. Meanwhile, at Starbucks, things are not all well and good, at least not in 40 different cities where you can find Starbucks. Starbucks workers are going on strike. They probably don't want to wear the clothes, I think. But those Starbucks that are unionized, those baristas that are part of a union, are launching a wave of walkouts beginning yesterday. And the work stoppage is set to become the biggest strike to date to affect Starbucks. Workers United represents staff at about 550 of Starbucks' roughly 10,000 company-owned U.S. cafes. They planned a strike in at least 40 cities. So if you go to a Starbucks yesterday or today in New York, San Diego, Dallas, Philadelphia, and the company's hometown of Seattle, you're likely to see a protest, and you will have to cross the scab line to get a cup of coffee at the Starbucks. They're calling it's pegged. The strike involves more than 1,000 baristas at 65 total cafes in 40 select cities. It's pegged to Starbucks' annual Red Cup Day promotion. That's when the company draws big crowds by giving away reusable holiday-themed cups, not to be confused with the Barista Cup. That's a different one. And to coincide with that, the union has decided to have its baristas strike. I don't know what they want. They want more money, obviously. I mean, who doesn't? The average barista makes $19 an hour. When counting in benefits, that could be up to $30 But I think the union is trying to get more money for him. And I know baristas in Starbucks were also not happy about the new dress code. Starbucks issued a dress code not that long ago where they told their baristas they would have to wear, certain color khaki, whatever it was. And it did not go over well. So maybe the issue also is what they get to wear. Jared will be here soon. He just got off an airplane. Jared Petrino, and we'll talk UW sports in a second. But until then, let's take the time to enjoy this. Ray Hageman with a Wyoming Game and Fish report.
Claiming to be a resident when he wasn't proves to be costly for an Idaho man. Next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman, I'm Ray Hageman. A multi-year investigation recently wrapped up in Lincoln County in September when Idaho Falls, Idaho resident Rodney Gilstrap was sentenced on multiple wildlife-related charges following an appeal filed last year. The charges stemmed from Gilstrap falsely claiming to be a Wyoming resident beginning in 2018, then illegally killing deer, elk, and pronghorn in western Wyoming. Afton Game Warden James Hobbs began the investigation in 2019 after receiving anonymous tips from the public that Gilstrap was claiming to be a Wyoming resident in order to obtain resident hunting licenses, but was living and working in Idaho Falls. An investigation found Gilstrap committed multiple wildlife crimes from 2018 through 2021 in Lincoln, Sublette, and Teton counties. Game wardens partnered with Idaho Fish and Game and served search warrants at Gilstrap's residence in Idaho Falls in March, recovering 4 large mule deer heads and antlers, 2 bull elk heads and antlers, and 1 buck pronghorn head and horns. The animals were later learned to have been killed in Wyoming using resident licenses that Gilstrap either illegally obtained or killed without any license. Gilstrap was charged a total of 22 wildlife crimes in Lincoln, Sublette, and Teton counties. In August 2024, Gilstrap accepted a plea deal and pled guilty to 3 counts of making false statements to procure Wyoming resident deer and elk licenses and 3 counts of killing deer and elk without the proper license. He was sentenced to 540 days in jail with 519 days suspended and sentenced to serve 21 days in jail, 3 years of unsupervised probation, $10,000 in restitution to the Wyoming Game and Fish, and $17,905 in fines. Gilstrap also received an 18-year suspension of game and fish privileges in Wyoming and all member states of the Wildlife Violator Compact and forfeited all heads and antlers that were seized by game wardens. With Gilstrap's guilty pleas in Lincoln County, the other 16 charges in Lincoln, Teton, and Sublette County were dismissed. The case shows the extent some poachers will go to circumvent Wyoming's residency process to obtain over-the-counter general deer and elk licenses that non-residents must have a minimum of 4 to 8 preference points to draw. Gilstrap killed 4 large buck mule deer over a 4-year period, ranging in antler size from 180 to 220 inches. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Yeah, working our way towards the top of the hour on a Friday, November 14th on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Letter to editor Cowboy State Daily that popped in last week. I've been meaning to get to it for over a week now because I think it is an example of reverse discrimination. I don't know if that's correct, but it's an example of, well, let me read it to you. The headline of the letter to the editor, Governor Gordon needs to approve BWXT's grant request for $100 million. BWXT is that the nuclear outfit that's trying to do that triso nuclear fuel. And the funds, should the governor free up $100 million of taxpayer money, the funds would help capital investment of getting triso fuel off the ground. Triso fuel with BWXT. And so far, the governor's office has not released that money. I think it's a grant request for $100 million. And this one reader, Casey Wieta of Casper, said we need to give BWXT the $100 million grant for the TRISO nuclear fuel. And it has me thinking, how does this differ from grant money to solar and wind, which we said we didn't want, right? If energy is to stand on its own, if energy is to be a viable solution, if it's wind, if it's solar, if it's gas, if it's oil, government propping it up with tax incentives and grants, it does not sound like the answer. We didn't want it with the windmills. We didn't want it with wind power, and we didn't want it with solar. That was the big, everybody complained. Well, wind and solar are getting unfair incentives, unfair advantages. If this is truly a viable, sustainable power source, then it would pay for itself. Why do we have to pay for it? Taxpayers said. Same argument here. BWXT should get a $100 million grant from Wyoming's large project energy matching fund. I don't know. If BWXT says their TRISO fuel is all that, then build it yourself and go make some money. Go hustle it. It just sounds like the same thing we did with wind and solar, honestly. All right, let's get Jared Petrino in here. We'll talk UW sports. Where is he? There he is. Jared, what's happening?
Not much. Just been traveling all week. It's been a busy week.
Yeah, you've been flying around.
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
Coming to you from Salt Lake Airport right now.
That's cool. I've done a lot of business at FCLC, man. Yes. Let's talk about Cowboy sports this weekend. Fresno State. I'm not sure what to make of Fresno. Who are they? I mean, they've lost to teams they probably shouldn't have lost to. They just embarrassed Boise last week. So I don't know which Fresno is going to show up. We know one thing, it's going to be raining over there.
Yeah, no, I was talking to someone yesterday about that. They said that you just don't know what team's going to show up. It's either going to be the team that lost to CSU by 25 points or the team that beat Boise by 20. So just don't know. And hopefully that bye week got us healed up and we can have a good showing tomorrow night.
Yeah, coming off a bye week, what does that mean? You can get healthier, all the dings and dents, you can get a little bit better. You also have 2 weeks to game plan, 2 weeks especially for a new offensive coordinator. Is it helpful? I mean, we don't want to see a bye. We want football every Saturday, but do you think that's nothing but good news, right, for the Pokes?
Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's a little reset. They can kind of, especially for like Javon, he can probably sit back and kind of, everything was kind of probably drinking out of a fire hose there for a little bit. Now he's able to kind of sit back and kind of relax. And then obviously with some injuries, hopefully get some guys back that have been out and maybe some guys that got nicked up against San Diego State. So, I'm excited to see how they come off the bye week and hopefully they can put out a good performance.
UW coming off a week of not playing, the bye week. Fresno State, big win over Boise on the Smurf turf, like on the blue carpet. Oh, my goodness. When you look at these two teams, Jared, and you look at them by the numbers, the offense, how many yards the offense gains, their defense, they're very similar. Even the quarterback comparisons, whether it's E.J. Warner, Kurt's son, who I guess is no longer the quarterback of the month. They prefer Carson Conklin. Whoever it is, the numbers are very similar for both teams, yet the wins and losses is not the same. And I can only think of one thing, and I think Coach Sauvel nailed it: turnovers, man. We turn the ball over too much in Wyoming, and we don't cause enough turnovers. Our turnover is, what are we, like -3 or something?
Yeah. Yeah, he said it was -3. So, yeah, and I think that's been the biggest thing for Coach Entz at Fresno is he wanted a quarterback that's just not going to make those decisions. And unfortunately, they were making those in some of those big losses. And this new guy that they got playing quarterback, he's done a good job of just taking care of the ball and not winning pretty. They just kind of go out there and they're not going to like impress you on, like you said, impress you on paper or anything like that, but they're just not going to beat themselves. So
yeah. So let's say that we don't expect, especially with maybe some weather, that we don't expect maybe that our opponents are going to try to throw the ball. Fresno State may not take a big risk. They may not stretch the field. That could work to the Cowboys' advantage because we got to crowd the box and stop the run. They have a pretty good running attack.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what they want to do. Coach Entz, came from North Dakota State. That's what they're going to do. They want to control the run game, control the clock. And so I think that's going to be their game plan. If they're throwing the ball quite a bit, that means it's probably a decent night for the Cowboys going on. So the quarterback is a dual threat, whereas Warner was more of a one-dimensional guy. This kid can run it and he can throw it, but everything revolves around the running back and that running game that they have.
Yeah, and Wyoming can tackle. I mean, at least compared to last year. Oh my goodness, this team can tackle. One guy in space is pretty good tackling defense.
Yeah, absolutely. They've shown that this year with their speed and athleticism and being able to do that. And I think what will help is they'll get Harrison back, who came off that hand surgery. He missed the San Diego State game, so he's been a high graded cornerback too for the Cowboys. Is coming back this week. So,
hey, is there any news? Is this too early to hear? Is there any news on that front? The signing, anybody coming to Wyoming that we know about?
Not yet. The early signing day will be in January. But it's like the second Wednesday of January. So that's when we'll see a lot of names coming up as far as when they can actually announce the names.
What about that blue chip prospect quarterback? Any chance that he has moved up in the quarterback room with the injury? Could we ever see him on the field this year?
Are you talking about Mason out of Gillette? Or
yeah, Mason Drew. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. There's a good chance. I mean, he talked about that they said Mason had a really good bye-week practice week and that they were going into this week hoping that he could get more comfortable and be that next guy in. So I think that's going to be, it says or on the depth chart between him and the other guy. So I don't know as far as who's going to go in. I don't know if something were to happen or if they want to try to make if Cade's not playing up to par, but they kind of don't know for sure. At least on Monday, they didn't know for sure who that backup quarterback was going to be.
We're talking to Jared Petrino. Jared, what do you know about the basketball team? Coach Wicks got these guys playing up-tempo. He plays a deep bench, which I think, at least when Wyoming basketball is at home, you're going to watch this team outscore its opponents in the second half. We're just going to run them into the ground at 72-20. I don't know if we've beaten anybody, but we're 3-0.
Yeah, no, it's been fun to watch. I got to watch 2 of the 3 games, and they're like you said, they're up and down. And I know Coach Wicks wasn't too happy with the game against why is it spacing my name? But the game Austin P. Yes, he wasn't too fired up how they slow start and they turned the ball over a bunch. But then that second half, they exploded, and it was fun to watch. And you said it, they have a deep bench and they are playing a lot of guys. And sometimes you do that always early in the season, but it looks like this is something that's going to stay. They're going to play a lot of guys and keep things rolling and then go with the hot hands at the end of the game. So,
where are you going to be? This is one of those unique, rare weekends where you can guarantee the Wyoming Cowboys are going to be on the road because the high school kids come and they take over the war. And you see their eyes are so wide, the first timers. They're playing on hallowed grounds, man, at the War Memorial. High school title games this weekend.
Yeah, it's such an awesome thing that they do down there. Big weekend for high school football. I got 2 games today and then 3 games tomorrow. So it's an awesome weekend, and those kids get treated very, very well down there and get to enjoy those nice new facilities and got a bunch of rematches again. 3A is another rematch, but today will kick off. I believe at I think noon is the first kickoff, and then 3:00 is the second game, or maybe it's 3 and 6. Maybe that's what it is. And then that 3A game, that Cody Star Valley game, will be a good one tonight too. So
I can say that they treat you right down there at the War. I've been twice to call the state title games for high school. And I remember going and there's food and drink in the room. I was like, wait a minute, how much is this cost? They're like, free, here, take a sandwich. And then somebody brought me a tablet with the first half stats on it. I'm like, what?
Yep.
I couldn't believe it, man.
Yep. Different ball game for sure. It's awesome. It's like that home team and the higher seed gets to be in the Cowboys locker room, and so it's a cool deal. So you always want to be the high seed so you can be in that locker room. So.
Totally. That's right. And I can remember some younger brothers seeking out their brother's locker. This is where he is.
Yep.
That's so cool.
Oh, yeah. So.
Hey, Jared, thanks so much. It's great that you're finally getting home here soon. Or where are you? Or are you going out to Fresno? Where are you going this weekend?
No, I'm on my way back to Casper.
Okay.
So I'm heading back home. So.
All right. Good to have you in with us whenever we can get you to talk UW sports. Thank you.
Absolutely. We'll see you next week.
Yeah. Go Pokes. Cowboy State Daily, Jared Petrino, big game tomorrow. Big games tonight at the War in Laramie. High school football. All the conferences have their state title games. 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A state conference title games tonight at the War, and then tomorrow for all the ones we couldn't squeeze in on a Friday. That's what's going on in Laramie because the big boys are out of town. Fresno State Bulldogs and the Wyoming Cowboys. Fresno State, they're only 3.5-point favorites. That's not much for a team as good as Fresno State's supposed to be. UW has not won there in California in Fresno since 2014. So let's reset that little number. Cowboys and the Bulldogs, Fresno tomorrow. Big game. And we got to cut out of here for top of the hour news. For our radio affiliates, we got 1 hour to go on the show, so don't go far. Special guests coming up next hour include Mac Watson, our news guy. Dale Boren will be on the show to talk about Susan Anderson. Tom Hirsig, CEO of CFD, also on next hour.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Wyoming and 6 other Colorado River Basin states missed a key deadline to agree on water use, but talks continue. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports lawmakers and state agencies have until February before the federal government may impose its own plan.
Well, the states might have been given a little bit of a reprieve to get a few more weeks to talk among themselves. And our state engineer and our state attorney, who were kind of the lead guys for Wyoming and all of this, they said, we're still trying to continue to talk and hash this out. And I talked to someone from the Nature Conservancy who said pretty much the same thing, that we're all concerned about this. We don't want Wyoming to end up short of water, but we want something that can be negotiated rather than litigated or decreed by the Department of Interior.
The main point of friction is between the Upper Basin states and Lower Basin states. The Upper Basin includes Wyoming, Colorado, Utah, and New Mexico. The Lower Basin includes Arizona, Nevada, and California. Affordable and workforce housing remain challenges for Wyoming, Governor Mark Gordon said Thursday during a Laramie business conference. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the governor also said the energy sector is a wild card that could bring new opportunities only if the state is willing to wrestle with change.
Wyoming has a lot to give on the energy front. And so can we use that to be a game changer in Wyoming? Can we use that to bring manufacturing? Can we use that to bring in data centers, diversify the economy? Then we're not as dependent on the energy market, even though energy is what builds it. But of course, the big thing that we'll fight when we try that is the club of no. The governor called it the club no. That's people who are like, I don't want these people who come from other states. They don't have Wyoming values.
The governor also added that he had a plan to attract more people to the Cowboy State by focusing on providing competitive pay for state employees, business-ready communities, low taxes, streamlining permits, a trained workforce, and economic development targeting good-paying jobs. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
From the smallest town to the biggest heart, Wyoming is built by those who serve.
The Governor's Spirit of Service Award, presented by Serve Wyoming and Governor Mark Gordon, honors the volunteers who lift others, strengthen communities, and make our state shine. Nominate someone whose service inspires you at servewyoming.org. And help us say thank you to the people who keep Wyoming's spirit alive.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. After a 5-year hiatus, pig wrestling is set for a return at the Teton County Fair in 2026. But Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that now county commissioners are reconsidering the event after activists have raised concerns that the tradition could be cruel to the animals.
And they say that such a tradition is outdated and antiquated and needs to be replaced. Other members of the community argue, however, that pig wrestling has deep ties to the area and mirrors other state traditions such as rodeo. Members of the county commission say that they're working to find a compromise that helps everybody get along, and they have until November 19th to decide.
Bringing the event to the 2026 fair would cost the county an estimated $5,500, according to a report. Wyoming will have its last hurrah of warm temperatures going into this weekend, but Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Wyoming meteorologists say the second half of November will be much colder and snowier.
The first half of November has been warmer and drier than the 30-year average. There's no denying that. But the changes are already on the horizon, and as Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day said, our luck is about to run out. And so what that means is enjoy it while you can. As we get to this weekend, temperatures are going to start dropping. We're going to see snow in the higher elevations on Friday night, or as early as Friday night.
The disparity in weather between the western and eastern halves of the United States is due to a high-pressure ridge in the upper atmosphere. The ridge is so strong that it insulates Wyoming from the wintry weather elsewhere. A massive power outage left most of northeast Wyoming in the dark Thursday, along with areas in Montana and South Dakota. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that nearly 100,000 customers were affected.
It's been in the tens of thousands all afternoon, and Du Bois is dark. Douglas was dark in the late afternoon.
The cause of the widespread outage is believed to be a pair of 500 kilovolt power lines that tripped near Medicine Bow, Wyoming, according to a statement from the Western Area Power Administration. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
My mom and dad were traditional Asian parents. Now my father would go to work before I woke up in the morning, and then he would come home too tired to play with me. I tell my son, I love you every single day. Now, my dad has never said that to me. Not because he doesn't love me, but because culturally it wasn't comfortable for him. So I teased him the other day and I said, how come you never say that to me? And he said, you're too old now. Now that he's a grandfather, he says, I love you to my son every time he sees him. My advice to all the fathers out there, forget the material things, forget the cultural restrictions. They grow up way too fast for you to waste even a single precious minute or moment.
Say bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Getting back to it on a Friday, and Mac Watson joins us. Mac, you are in the hallowed Zoom room, which I guess we're renaming the Corral, but those who have come before you just this morning, Senator John Barrasso, David Bell, noted photographer, and Julian Michael that are doing the best garlic you ever tasted.
Nice. Very nice.
Yeah, opening for the main act, Mac Watson.
Yeah, and you've got some great guests coming up, too, later in this hour.
That's right.
Yeah, great.
Dale Boren will be on the show. Brother to Spencer, husband to Susan, and Tom Hirsig, Cowboy, the Cheyenne Frontier Days. He's CEO of CFD, and he'll tell us about some changes coming up for 2026. Tickets on sale for the Daddy Mall next month. It's honest.
Already?
Again. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I can't believe that, but that's great.
They have to probably plan the next rodeo as that rodeo is going. Like, it is huge.
Oh, yeah.
10-day
Yeah,
event.
I know that living here in Cody, the Cody Stampede Committee and the Cody Parade Committee, as soon as they announce who's going to be the Grand Marshal for the 4th of July Parade, which is going to be epic since it's the 250th year in July, they're already working on next year. I mean, as soon as they announce, which is a couple of months before July 4th, they're already working on the next year's Grand Marshal and what they're going to do and raising money and all this kind of stuff. So it is, God bless them, really, because it is a it's not a full time, but it takes up a lot of time to put these events on. And I can't imagine Frontier Days. Oh, my goodness. I can't imagine all the time and effort it goes to put into that. So good luck with that. That's wonderful.
It is the daddy of them all. And they got a concert lineup. The rodeo now going from 9 to 10 days. We're going to do 10 days of straight rodeo. And yeah, it's going to be pretty cool. Mac, you're right there in the epicenter of Cody 250th anniversary. Is Cody trying to steal everybody's thunder? Are you guys really making plans to do the 250th bigger and better than anyone in the world?
Well, the information that I have, because I'm not inside, I'm not on the committee, so I'm on the outside bugging the chamber, bugging the head of the committee, blah, blah, blah. They're saying that this is going to be something Cody has never seen before. Now, I'm not sure what that means, but I know since living here and my wife grew up here, every year the parade is fantastic. Every year the parade is at least an hour and a half of a constant stream of marching bands and businesses, and your elected political heroes come up, and everybody who's anybody is in the parade. And I've covered it because we when I worked at the radio station, we would broadcast it live on the air. Maybe you should come up and we should do it on Cowboy State Daily. That would be interesting. Anyway. From what I understand, though, they are going to have, like in 1976, they had John Wayne. Oh, of course. For the 200th anniversary, they had John Wayne. They had the Duke, right?
Yeah.
Who are they going to get this year for the 250th? I don't know. And they say it's going to be bigger and better and something Cody's never seen. So I have no idea. I just know you need to line up at about 7 o'clock to get a good seat for the 9:30 parade.
Cody is doing patriotism like nobody, already getting ready. And that'll be exciting to see what Cody
and what really
cooks up.
surprises me is how many people come for July 4th. Not for Yellowstone. I mean, they come and visit Yellowstone, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But how many people from other places come because I heard this, they do this epic 4th of July parade. I wanted to see it for myself. And people come, and the town doubles in size, doubles in population the week of July 4th. It's fantastic.
It feels like another total solar eclipse times 10. Remember that? Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. All right. Were you and I were like the only ones not blacked out yesterday. Big power outage in Wyoming. But I think not west of the divide. Over here, we were good, but man, everybody else.
Yeah, if you were on the eastern side going into, South Dakota, parts there, it was maddening because there was no explanation. Now, we have subsequently learned kind of sort of what happened, and we're sending a reporter there now to actually cover and a follow-up story of what exactly happened. But I mean, there were theories that were, it's a Aurora Borealis situation. It was a solar flare. It was an EMP from a foreign country attack.
China.
Right. It was a raccoon that got into the inner workings of the power station. No, it's none of those things. But yeah, I mean, it kind of leaves you, when the power goes out in Cody, we kind of sort of know what to expect, right? This caught everybody so off guard that I have family in Buffalo and family in Gillette, and they're like, do we go out and buy a generator? We don't know how long this is going to be. And we don't know what protocol to follow, because it's not like, if there's an ice storm and the wires are brought down, it's going to take a couple days. you just kind of plan for it. They didn't know what to do. So a lot of people, I talked to one reporter this morning, and she said her family's going to go out and buy one of those generators. I don't know if you have one there. One of those generators that you hook up, and as soon as the electricity goes out, it flips. Like there's continuous power. It just totally flips right on. So she's going to go out and buy one of those because she's like, this is horse crap. But I won't tell you the word she used. This is horse crap. I'm not doing this anymore. And I'm like, good for you. I don't know how many people can actually do that, but good for you.
Events like these do wonders for Jackery sales. But we didn't know what it was. That was weird. It's amazing how many people are still able to post online if they supposedly have no power. I can't tell you how many people I saw post like, we have no power here. I'm like, well, that's weird. And then
the phone's not dead. Okay.
Simultaneously, the Dave Johnston power plant's on fire. So everybody's like doing the math like, oh my goodness. That was weird. Over nearly 100,000 customers without power at one point, and still wondering what it is that Tribs still don't know.
Yeah.
Could have been
and
the
like
Aurors,
I said, we're sending out one of our reporters to find out what exactly happened.
Good.
Hey, can I get wonky?
Yeah. Feel free.
One of the stories that really caught my attention, and I because I talked to all the reporters to do the newscasts. I talked to our reporter Sean Barry in Washington, D.C. I don't know whether you probably did see this. The Senate wrote a bill that would pay other senators. They wrote a bill that said, hey, look, and this was all for the shutdown, by the way. Legislation to end the federal government shutdown contained, I'll just call it a framework, for at least 8 Republican senators, including Cynthia Lummis of Wyoming, to get $500,000 because of the FBI spying scandal on Special Counsel Jack Smith's probe. Wait a minute. You're telling me that they wrote a bill that said you get $500,000 and you get $500,000 and you get $500,000. That's what this has become. I mean, our Congress has become like, you've won the lottery if you have been spied on. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to minimize the spying angle of it. I think it's horrible, but they actually wrote language in the bill that said, depending upon how many times you were spied on, you can apply, I guess, for $500,000 a pop. And in my opinion, this is just my opinion, I think Cynthia Lummis did the right thing by saying, I don't know if I'm going to take the money. And hello, I did not write this language. Because a lot of other Republicans were like, what in the crap is this? That's ridiculous. So I'm glad Sean Barry found that little piece of wonkery that he could report on. And of course, it affects somebody in Wyoming. It could affect Cynthia Lummis, the junior senator from Wyoming. But I just thought that was outrageous. I really did. The shutdown is outrageous. We know that.
Yeah.
But then in the language of the bill, you put in, oh, and by the way, you're owed money because you were spied on.
Yeah.
If you're a Republican. Come on, man.
It was weird. I mean, we did talk about that on the show for most of the morning yesterday. I did actually ask that of Senator John Barrasso when he was on, because it doesn't seem to fit the bill it was in. This what we're talking about is a provision, whatever, an amendment, whatever it was, and it was a last minute tuck in. So in other words, we all know what happened to the CR. The CR's voted on 15 times in 6 weeks, and we get nowhere, and the government shuts down. Finally, when a few Democrats defect, they come over to the Republican side, we get the government back to work. The last thing the Republican Senate does is, oh, good, you guys have finally seen the light, and we're going to tuck this in last minute. It surprised even House Republicans who said, what is this?
What is this about? You can't do this.
It opens the way for the 8 senators, all Republican, affected by that J6 probe that had their phones not tapped, but their phone records harvested.
Like the metadata. Like, who did they call? Not the content, but who did they call?
$500,000 a pop. And it allowed for them to sue for this money. So I was like, well, who are they suing? Themselves? because the government did it. You're either suing the FBI or you're suing your own. Like, either way, the taxpayer's got to pay you the $500,000, and so that was weird. Why you put that in there? Some people, some House Republicans were saying, look, if you want to do this, do it on a standalone bill. Vote it up or down. Don't shove it in something that doesn't belong. I did ask Barrasso, what's the deal with this last minute tuck-in? And he, he just focused on basically how
the Democrats'
wrong.
fault.
No, he did say, he said it's just wrong for the FBI to spy on its own politicians. So that's what he kept the focus there. And something is wonky when the first words out of the spokesperson for Cynthia Lummis were, we didn't author this bill. That was his first thing. We didn't do it. And we're not,
don't look at me.
We're not necessarily going to make use of it, but the FBI is naughty. I think it was funny that the first words were, we didn't do it.
Yeah, right. And I just love the way Mike Johnson keeps saying, and we're going to move forward, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do that, and the American people. And remember, it was the Democrats' fault. Well, dude, remember, too, whenever you point a finger, 3's pointing back at you. I mean, come on, man.
Good point, Mac.
I understand. Politics has gotten so middle school. It is unbelievable. I didn't do it. He did it.
Right.
Oh, you spied on me? I'm going to give you $500,000 because you deserve it. Oh, my. Jeez.
It's gotten kind of petty at times. And
really.
And we don't seem to be able to move forward and look ahead. It's always looking back. Oh, what's in the Epstein files? Or what did you do? We're still looking at January 6th riot probe. And that was not this past January 6th, by the way.
Right.
It's time to
ancient history by now, in DC
forward.
terms. It's ancient history.
True.
Are you going to see that Ken Burns documentary on the American Revolution?
I love Ken Burns.
Yeah, I do too. But he did an interview a couple days ago, and the reporter said, is this the worst time for politics in American history? And Ken Burns said, absolutely not. He just shut that down immediately. He said, there have been times. I mean, hello, do you remember the Civil War? Hello.
We pointed guns at each other at one point. Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Wow.
So I thought that was a really good perspective, and I don't care about his politics, but I thought that was a really good perspective of, is this the worst, because you know how the media works.
Yeah.
Is this the worst thing that's ever happened in American history? And Ken Burns is like, no. Move on. Next question.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, that's pretty good clapback. It does feel bad today, certainly. But there was a time this nation was truly divided by battle lines and violence.
And do you remember Watergate? And do you remember 22% mortgage rates? And do you remember stagflation? Not just inflation, stagflation. I mean, it's been a lot worse.
Yeah.
But again, we don't have the perspective of history. If you didn't, I guess, live through it, you don't remember it. I just remember my dad muttering words I can't repeat under his breath whenever we would listen to the radio driving to school, and he would just mutter. Because, mortgage rates were 18 to 22% and gas was skyrocketing at that time.
Yeah.
Oh, there was gas lines. I mean, stuff
alternating
like that.
gas days. If you had an odd number license plate, you can only buy.
I remember that.
Yeah. All right, Mac. Maybe I should watch that Ken Burns thing.
It comes out soon. I can't remember when it comes out, but it comes out soon.
Okay.
Whatever he does, you just leave feeling like you're a better person for watching it.
Yeah.
Like, wow, I did not know that about whatever, jazz, baseball, country music, the Civil War, whatever.
Yeah.
He just makes you feel like, wow, I just experienced something great.
Yeah. It's infotainment, truly. Like, you go to be entertained because it's supposed to be a movie, a documentary, but you leave with your brain stuffed full of all this new.
Exactly.
You learn so much, and it didn't hurt learning it like it usually does when I learn things.
Right, exactly.
All right.
It's not junior year of high school. Do I need trigonometry? Come on.
Right. Carry this. Yeah, nobody can do long division.
No, not anymore.
What's a cosine, Mac?
Oh, you're talking to a guy who graduated high school with a 1.6 average. I don't know.
All right, get back to what you do best, news.
All right, man, have a good weekend.
You too. Mac Watson, Cowboy State Daily. I'm going to jump out of here and we'll get Dale back in the room in like 2 seconds, actually 2 minutes, but as quick as we can.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Oh, right. Look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
All right, let's get back at it on a Friday. Dale Boren joins us. Dale, so good to have you on this morning. This is the guy who punishes the doghouse bass like you can't believe. Plucking it. We're going to talk about his musicianship. We're also going to talk about your time as a publisher of newspapers. But the most enviable thing, I think, Dale, is you were the guy lucky enough to be married to Susan Anderson. We're remembering her this morning. Senator John Barrasso sends condolences. He talked about Susan, what an influence she was for him. Bill Sniffen says hi, and Susan was the best. We all say that. What was it like to be married to her?
Well, you know, I always kind of wondered why the smart girl liked me. But it was wonderful to be married. She was a fabulous mate. She caused me to be better because she allowed me to be better, and just had so much confidence in me personally. And you know, it's just a stroke of luck, I guess. But we were mates for 35 years. So,
yeah. And so which one of these things fit? Probably all of them. People say things after the passing of someone. For Susan, I see the word joyous attached to her all the time. There's never a sunset or a sunrise she didn't enjoy. She was just joyous. Now, someone married to someone, when you're living with someone, it can't be all the time 100%, but I bet it was 99%. Was she a joyous person?
She was. I mean, I think that she didn't like being seeing the negative side of things. I mean, she would hear, she was a 7-year ovarian cancer survivor, and she would hear some really bad news with just a little bit of the good news, and she would focus on the good news and just kind of waltz around the bad and go about her business and go do what it would take to make that joyous part work. It was, people would come in and they say, really, I talked to Susan. Is that really true? And I'm saying, it is for her. And doesn't that make it true?
Yeah. So many of us in Wyoming growing up in the day, we know the voice, we know the face, we know the anchor at K2, the work she did there here in Wyoming. But before that, the doors didn't exactly open for her. I was surprised. I read in the story about breaking into the business as a woman, and I'm thinking, this isn't the 1890s. This was the 1990s. Really, was it that difficult to get a job in TV, in radio, in newspaper as a woman? She found it was doubly harder, maybe, and she just doubled down, I guess.
It's true. Even her father, who loved her, when it came time to go to college, he wanted to go to Penn State because she could study. He would pay if she was to become a teacher because he thought that was the only job she could get. And she didn't do that. She found a way to pay for Worcester, which was, today it's a very exclusive school. Then it was just another school in Ohio, but she found a way to do that. And there are example after example after example of these things where the door was not open, but she opened it. And her obituary will be out today. And, they say that the quality of the piece is dependent on the quality of what's on the cutting room floor when you're doing this. And there's just so much. You just can't have a 10-page obit, But there were just so many great examples of when she saw the world her way and she made it that way.
Interesting. There is no B-roll to Susan Anderson. There's nothing that deserves to be on the cutting room floor. Like, we got to get it all in there. She did a lot. So who got who into journalism? At one point, you came home and said, Susan, I just bought a newspaper. This was
And Jake, I couldn't even write a letter at that time. We bought the paper for all the wrong reasons.
Right.
But we had the Casper Journal, and we were able to mold it into what we wanted it to be. So it started, they said there were 700 paid subscribers when we bought it. There probably weren't. But we ended up making it into a total market saturation newspaper. But the thing that she got to do, and the thing that, doesn't get talked about a lot when a person like Susan is being remembered, you remember the things she did, but the personality traits that she had that caused her to be a success, the things that, because success is a mutable definition. Success for me is probably different than success for you. And success for me is different today than it was even 10 years ago. So, but she had these characteristics that, like, she saw people. When we began to make the newspaper and we began to go from, a sleepy newspaper that some people knew about to something that everybody knew about, it was, we talked about what the content should be, and we talked about how we should approach people. And, you can't have, we weren't trying to be the Grit newspaper. Do you remember the Grit? All good news all the time. But you have to remember that it's people that you're covering. And if you have something that is, you say about somebody, well, you live in the same community with them and their mother.
Yeah.
And Susan had a really firm grasp on how to talk to people how to be a friend, how to keep friends. And she had so many that she, you know, I mean, they're calling. I've had calls from people I don't know that say, you know, I changed my job because Susan told me, you know, and then fill in the blank.
Yeah.
I mean, she didn't stay in journalism because she was trained to be a journalist. She stayed in journalism because she was a journalist. But that allowed her to be other things. She covered the legislature, then she was in the legislature. She covered the governor, then she became an advisor, then she became a legislative liaison. All those things make a tremendous amount of sense if you think about that she was just dealing with people.
That's her gifting. That's her innate gift, is she's great with people, and she parlayed that into a career, which for her would probably seem like hardly working. It was, you know, she would have gladly done it without getting paid. Talk to people, yeah. Her interview, she was just a gifted interviewer. She's really good at that. And whether it was
why do you suppose that is? What was it that was that gift? You talking to the people, seeing the people. That's
yes.
The world according to Dale. But I think it's really true that she really saw, if she was interviewing you, she saw you and she was interested in you.
Yes.
And you couldn't understand why you accidentally told her all the stuff you didn't mean to.
Yeah. Yes. And everybody has a story in them. And she tapped into that and she wanted you to be able to get your story out. She found that story and she helped you get it out or made you get it out. The Fidel Castro interview, I mean, nobody, you know, that was huge. That put her on the map. Right place, right time, got her in the door. She just happened to be when they needed her does anyone know how to splice tape? Well, I do, and I have a razor blade.
You do?
Yeah, I
have the white gloves.
I have actually spliced, and you're supposed to do it at a diagonal, which she would have known that. So tell me about the move to Wyoming. Like, she finally broke the glass ceiling. She got into the man's world and she was becoming a name. She was a commodity. She could have started making the progression like all people in media do. Up, bigger market, more money. And she fell in love with Wyoming, and K2 made a smart move to get her on board. She really loved the state.
Well, of course, I met her after she was in Wyoming. And so I don't have firsthand knowledge of why, but I can tell you that she really loved Wyoming. This place spoke to her, and she wasn't one to suffer. She didn't just keep breaking rocks because that's what she was trained to do.
Yeah.
She came here because she wanted to be here. She liked the people. She liked the landscape. The landscape really spoke to her. And as a matter of fact, you know, she became friends with Zbigniew Bizdak and Jacek Bogucki, who were the Poles who ran the Amazon. And they came to Wyoming. They needed some money. They were in South America. Somebody said Casper, Wyoming was a place they could come and paint a few houses and they'd make some money and go back to running rivers in South America. Well, she met these folks, and Zbigniew Bizdak eventually came. He was a photographer at the Casper Star Tribune. He worked at K2 television, as did Jacek. They did a book called Living in Wyoming, Settling for More. And this book was a snapshot of Wyoming in 1990, and then they reprinted it and added a little bit in, I think, probably 92. I got to publish those books, and they were about people. They might have been about climbing a mountain, but there was the climbing ranger, and his story was in there. They might have been about this reclusive couple near Pinedale, Snook and Evelyn. It was about the landscape. It was about the people. It was about the things that she loved, and she just was interested. And she had a gift for telling stories. So, you know, that was a really good example of where that kind of just bore fruit.
Yeah, we're talking about Susan Anderson. We're talking with Dale Boren, husband of Susan. And also, if the last name sounds familiar, here's how I learned of the Boren family when I didn't know anything. And it wasn't that long ago. I was doing this show and I was looking at some website that said the most successful musicians from each state. And I thought, oh, Wyoming, I can get, that's going to be Chris Ledoux, or it's Spencer Boren. And I thought, who the heck is that? And then that led me to in the New Orleans area, down in New Orleans, like, this guy's a guitar god. And sure enough, he's got kin who also musicians. Tell me a little bit about that, the upright bass. I love the story, Dale, about how you come to that. You had a music teacher that said, here's your fiddle. And you said, I ain't playing no violin. I want something better. What?
How do you know that?
I know everything, Dale.
Oh, yeah. I forgot that, but I'll remember it.
Yes. Yeah. Tell me about that story, how you come to play the upright, and your brother, he playing guitar. Oh.
Well, the Boren family has always been musical. Our mother was musical. That's probably part of the secret.
Yeah.
And, my mother used to say, this is a little harsh, Dale, but she wouldn't feed us if we didn't sing. We had to sing the doxology at dinner.
Oh, my.
And then we could eat. But, at the time it was a little like, why do we have to do this? But it taught us all to sing. And so our family was very tight. When I met Susan, she moved to Wyoming. She didn't have family here. And so she has friends, and I call them her chosen family. Her friend Linda Nix is her chosen sister. There's just no doubt about it.
Yeah.
And so my family became her family. And I swear to goodness, Jakes, they liked her better than me. And she, she became part of this family. She did a story on Spencer before we were really a couple. He raised his family in a 54 Chevy Bel Air with an Airstream trailer on the back, a red and white Chevy Bel Air. It was a real thing to see. And of course, she saw that story and did the story. But we became her family. And so she really appreciated the music that we've done. I've been lucky enough to be able to play in a lot of different things, from orchestras to right now I'm in a band named Sue, which is an original music band. And I just love it. But Susan encouraged that. I told her early on, you don't have to go to every gig, and because you couldn't, you would just that wouldn't work.
Yeah.
But when we were deciding on what the memorial service should be, it's mostly music, because that's what spoke to her, and she wanted joy. And so let me tell you, there's going to be some joy. And
yeah, I like that. Well, Dale, we're learning more about Dale Boren, the guy who grew up having to sing for his supper, literally, and musician. We're remembering Susan Anderson, the late Susan Anderson, married to this guy, Dale, and so cool. I didn't know that she was adopted in and married in. Yeah, that's pretty neat.
Well, it was a wonderful life with Susan, and I so appreciate your interest, and I especially the interest that's not just the things she did, but the characteristics of her that made her such an appealing person and such a successful person, and why she was able to do the hundreds of things we talk about today.
Yeah.
So thank you, Jake.
Yeah,
Appreciate
you bet. And thank you for being on. I appreciate your time this morning, Dale.
Absolutely. Go
All
on.
Have a great weekend. I will. Spread the joy. Susan Anderson, remembering her this week, every week. Susan Anderson, Dale, thank you for popping on. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back with Tom Hirsig. We'll talk Cheyenne Frontier Days Rodeo right after these.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Yeah, getting back to it, making a stretch run for the finish line on a finally Friday of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Cheyenne Frontier Days, the countdown is on for the next one. I know it seems like we just finished the last one, but they never stop thinking about how to get bigger, better, and more entertaining, more action, more rodeo, literally more rodeo, going from 9 rodeos to 10. Concert lineup, going to be bigger and better than ever. Carnival rides. I mean, the Cheyenne Frontier Days, there's the reason it's the daddy of them all. In late July, and the countdown is on for 2026. Just 244 days to plan for that, by the way. You better get on it. CFDrodeo.com, the place to go to find out what's happening in next year's Cheyenne Frontier Days and to get tickets because they go on sale soon. Next month, December 4th, 9 a.m. local time. Tickets on sale. The 130th Cheyenne Frontier Days Rodeo. Man. I should go get it. I have here's Tom. Hold on. Let's get into the Zoom room. Get the CEO of CFD. Sorry for the acronym bonanza.
It's easier that way.
I know. This is head honcho of the daddy of them all. We'll do it that way. This Tom Hirsig joins us. Cheyenne Frontier Days. Tom, I was just saying, it's probably before even one of the Cheyenne Frontier Days rodeo events is done that you're already planning the next one. I mean, the 2026 already had to be in the works. It's only 244 days away. Tickets on sale next month. And we're learning some things about what we're going to see in 2026. We're going to get bigger and better, and we're definitely going to get longer. We're adding a rodeo to the schedule. 10-day event is now going to be 10 actual rodeos.
10 actual rodeos, yes, sir.
I like that.
Yeah. It's I think our customers, especially the ones that travel, as you well know, Cheyenne Frontier Days is a bucket list item for a lot of people to travel to. I mean, we get a traveler from every state in the country. We get 31 different countries that visit us. So making 2 full complete weekends is something that our customers asked us for a little while. So I think it's going to be a great addition to Cheyenne Frontier Days.
2 complete weekends. So we're adding on that front end, that first Friday, adding a 10th rodeo. So now we're going to do 10 total. And how does tell for folks who don't know, Tom, how does it work? You actually, if you're going to be a PRCA rodeo contestant, doesn't just drop by on a day and then goes to the next reel. He's going to stay there, he or she, all 10 days because you're working towards the championship.
Well, not necessarily. So our tournament style format is, like in the quarterfinals, which are the first 6 performances, you compete once. Then if you are in the top 6 from that performance, you'll come back into the semifinals, which would be Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So if you're up on, like, say, the first Friday, you're not going to be up again until the following Friday. And people used to talk about like the Cowboy Christmas, which was the 4th of July, which was, typically the biggest payday of the year was to go to all the 4th of July rodeos. But now, like the week before Cheyenne Frontier Days, the week of, and the week after is really the Cowboy Christmas. That's when a vast majority of the money's paid out. So those guys are trying to get everywhere they can go. They're trying to get to Deadwood, to Nampa, to Salinas, to Calgary, to all these rodeos. So yeah, they're kind of in and out and off to another one.
Yeah, I mean, I hear they rodeo a little bit in Texas. Of course, Calgary has that Stampede, but come on, CFD, Cheyenne Frontier Days, you cannot miss it if you want to make money and get to the NFR. If you want to be somebody in rodeo, you got to be there. Tom, I can't believe we're talking 130. Somewhere the math isn't mathing, because I have 2 belt buckles, one from the 100th and one from the 101st, and it seemed like yesterday. Are you kidding? We're up to 130 next year?
I know. Isn't that crazy? I mean,
man,
when you put it in perspective, this is the 250th anniversary of America.
Yeah.
We've been in existence for over half of that. So
it sounds right. It sounds so right. Hey, any sneak previews on the concerts? The shows have become better and better, bigger and bigger. The acts that you get at the nightly concerts. I know the lineup's going to be announced early next month, December 2nd. Can you drop any names? Who do we know is going to be there?
The only thing I can tell you is I will not be singing there. That's what I can tell you right now. But but I think there's some other things. The Morning Star Indian Village.
Yeah.
Of course, this is going to be the year of the Native American, and this is a really. It's if you haven't had a chance, some people that live in Cheyenne have driven by what Morning Star looks like. It is going to be incredible. I mean, I just cannot believe what that thing is going to look like when it's done. It's going to be something you cannot miss. I don't know of another Native American village in the United States that eclipses what's going to happen with Morning Star coming in there. And I think we're going to have a lot of people that want to come see it. That's really just, that's enough excitement to get you to come and just see it before you go to a concert or a rodeo. So we're excited about that. Of course, Shoot 9, we're rebuilding Shoot 9, and it's never going as fast as you want it to, but that's going to have VIP seating for rodeo, which we really haven't had much VIP experiences for rodeo. So that's going to be going on this next year. So we're really excited about that. I think it's going to be a big year.
While the contestants are going to get down in the dirt, some select few are going to be bougie in Shoot 9. Yeah, they're getting fancy. And, Tom, I'm glad you mentioned the heritage, the tradition, the contributions of Native peoples to the American West. It's not just a marketing gimmick. It is first and foremost on the website. If you go right now, cfdrodeo.com, Cheyenne Frontier Days, right there, you'll see a photo of what is Morning Star. I'm so excited just for that. That should be a reason to get people to come to Daddy Mall if you weren't going to. I mean, yeah.
I mean, they're just now kind of getting the dance arbor where you can kind of tell what it is, and it's got these huge timbers that build and it's a sunken arbor, seats about 700 people. I mean, it's going to be just out of this world. And, so one of the things that also is exciting, Thursday of our rodeo, the federal government has declared that as the Day of the West. They're going to celebrate, certain days across the United States for the 250th anniversary, and they have picked Cheyenne Frontier Days, and they were going to do it as kind of the Day of the Cowboy. And when I explained to them what we were doing with the Native American village, they said, "Oh no, this is bigger than the Day of the Cowboy. This is the Day of the West." So we're going to have some pretty big dignitaries come in for that day, and it's going to get some national recognition, and hopefully our village is going to get Morning Star is going to get a lot of recognition.
Wow. Go just for the Morning Star, go for the parade, go for the rodeos, which are 10 now, not 9, or the night shows, or the bulls. You doing Extreme Bulls again?
Extreme Bulls was probably the hit of the show last year. It was the first year we did Extreme Bulls. It was a very fast-paced, lots of bull riding. If you're a bull riding fan, that's all we do is bull riding. We bring Manu, the bull jumper, in, and he jumps a few of the bulls. But other than that, it was pretty nonstop, action-packed event. People just loved the Extreme Bulls. It was a big deal. Don't forget about our pancake breakfast. In the morning we got that. We'll have the Thunderbirds coming in, flying again. So yeah, it's shaping up to be a really exceptional year.
Ticket sales for the rodeo begin December 4th, 9 in the morning, local time. The concert lineup will be announced December 2nd. Tickets for those shows December 11th. So it's getting here. We got to be ready next month in the season of gifting. Let's get ready.
So one of the questions that people have asked us in the past, like prior to COVID, we used to announce our night show lineup this time of year every year. And then when COVID hit, kind of the industry changed, and artists didn't want to sign this early. So we really kind of struggled getting, a kind of somewhat of a full lineup to be able to announce. So we switched that to announced in March, and our customers told us, look, if we could announce earlier, we'd sure like to know. We'd like to start making plans, and so we won't have a full lineup, but we'll have most of it. I think we're short 2 shows right now. Hopefully we'll get at least one of those confirmed before we announce. So we should have somewhat of a full slate of shows, but that's kind of the big change of why we decided to announce earlier this year.
I didn't know that. But anyway, I mean, you just the legacy, the history of the night shows, you're going to see who's who in music. It's going to be big. Tom Hirsig joins us, CEO of CFD, and we've been doing that now for coming 130 years. The nation's been here 250, so we've been rodeoing most of that time in Cheyenne. Tom, thanks for popping in. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Have a great weekend. Tom Hirsig, CEO of Cheyenne Frontier Days, and we are gearing up for 2026. It's almost here. 244 days away, and not too early to start thinking about tickets. Get on the website and find out more, cfdrodeo.com, and you get tickets there as well when they go on sale next month. cfdrodeo.com. The Daddy of them all will be here in 244 days, y'all. We're getting there. For us, though, that's probably going to do it for the morning show, I think. Have we taken care of all our commercial obligations? Yes. And we can probably hit one more news item. That's all we're going to have time for. And maybe we'll just hit some of the highlights of what we talked about today. It was so cool to have the Garlic Wranglers on, Michael and Julia Scheller. If you want to go back and watch what you missed, the show, of course, is archived wherever you find your favorite podcast. You can download it there. You can find it on YouTube, cowboystatedaily.com, the homepage, website. We're on X, Facebook. Radio stations around the state playing the show at various times. But if you missed anything, go back and catch the interviews. The one with Michael and Julia was awesome. They're owners of Garlic Fete, and they're doing garlic in Wyoming. You thought nothing grew in Wyoming. Well, garlic does pretty well for them. It takes some extra care, but the Schellers are growing garlic like nobody else's business in Alta, Wyoming, and it's for sale. They got a website, the whole bit. They were on the show today, Garlic Fete, and they were talking about all things garlic. For instance, I had no idea that there were like 20 types of garlic that they're growing just at their place alone. David Bell was with us, photographer down there in the Sublette County in the Pinedale area. He got some gorgeous shots of the auroras Tuesday night. Fantastic. And he just sent me a photo he took this morning. He said it was a great sunrise in Pinedale. I thought Dave would be all tired out from staying up late shooting the auroras. And he said, no, I was out this morning to catch the sunrise in Pinedale. And he just sent me a photo of it. It is fantastic. He's so good at photography. Senator John Barrasso was on first thing this morning. We talked government shutdown, who won. I expected him to say the Republicans won, but you know what he said? He said the American people won. We get the government back to work. It was so cool to have Senator Barrasso on. We are fortunate anytime the top guy, the number 2 guy in the party, is able to join us, Majority Whip. And a big thanks to Tom Hirsig, who just stopped in to let us know about Cheyenne Frontier Days. We're going to do 130th next year in 2026. That'll do it for us for the weekend. We'll see you first thing Monday, same time. Have a great weekend. Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.